Microsoft, 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 Microsoft. Microsoft, Microsoft.
Yo, what's up, guys? How is everyone doing?
Keep that same energy.
Voodoo Vents 2 will save us? Amen, bro. In Voodoo Vents we trust. Truly the greatest game that no one ever played. I took you up on your suggestion to get Kingdoms of Amalur. This shit is awesome. Bro, that game is so good. That game is so criminally underrated, man. Like, if people knew how good that game was when it originally came out, that probably would have turned into a fucking franchise. But unfortunately, the studio spent way too much developing it and closed shortly after. I mean, now Embracer owns the franchise, so potentially we could see a sequel, but the same people wouldn't be in charge of it, unfortunately. But yeah, that game is absolutely phenomenal, in my opinion. I love that shit. It's got, you know, kind of outdated visuals, but the gameplay is top fucking tier. The gameplay is top tier. It's called, here, I'll type it in the chat. E-begging time, that's right, guys.
Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Open your wallet and give me all of your monies!
That's how this shit works. Learn from the best. The deal is dead until at least 2024, and honestly, I think Microsoft is gonna try to get out of it. The way their stock responded today with that 10% uptick, I think I don't know how longer they're gonna pursue this. I think at a certain point, once the contract expires, I mean, this is all assuming that the FTC doesn't win in court. So that's the big thing, is if this shit doesn't result in them winning in court in the US, then it doesn't even matter what happens in the UK. And that's the thing, is the FTC is actively trying to block this. So unless the FTC loses in court, when this actually goes to trial, the deal doesn't even matter about any other country. So, I mean, all eyes are on the FTC. They always have been, because they're the only ones who can realistically stop this thing from happening. They're the only governing agency that can actually stop this from happening, because they're both US companies. Now, the foreign countries can block, like, you know, Xboxes from being sold in their markets, but they can't actually stop the acquisition. Only the FTC can, because both companies fall under, you know, US trade regulation. Yeah, the FTC is in the US. The Abyss with the one.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
But yeah, no, this is not good news, because even if, like, let's say the FTC approves it, like, Microsoft is not going to go through with this until it's out of court in every single country, because then they'll face, like, massive fucking legal repercussions. Like, you gotta remember, the UK is their second largest console market after the US, and they need all the customers they can get right now. Why wouldn't you think the FTC would get involved? It's the biggest technology acquisition in the history of the market. Of course they're going to get involved. And it's a democratic administration too, so they're always going to go after big business, quote unquote, that look like they're actually doing something. I mean, the way to look at this, though, which is kind of what I've said for a while, is nothing really comes from Microsoft buying Activision. Like, they're just going to keep making Call of Duty and Blizzard games like they do anyway. So, if anything, nothing changes as a result of this. Like, you're still going to get fucking, you know, Call of Duty every year on Xbox. Like, nothing changes in that regard, and nothing really would change in that regard either. So, I mean, this Activision acquisition has never really been that big of a deal to me, other than the prospect of Microsoft fucking up Call of Duty. I don't really think Microsoft would gain too much from owning Activision. I guess is the point I'm trying to make. They would just kind of carry on business as usual. Only they might make some games exclusive, which really doesn't benefit anyone. But yeah, that's kind of like the thing I was saying with Bethesda too, is like, what are we actually getting as a result of Microsoft buying Bethesda? No, so what would happen most likely is, let's say they did decide to buy the company anyway and say fuck it to the UK. Two things could happen. They could block Microsoft's cloud gaming or gaming operations within the UK. Or they could just fine the shit out of them. Like, hit them with several $1 billion worth of fines every couple months. But yeah, honestly, man, I'm not really one for favoring just buying up companies and making their games arbitrarily exclusive. I just think that's not the right business model, personally. I'd rather everybody be able to play everything, so part of me is kind of happy they're not getting Activision, because I feel like we should have more third-party developers, not less. Like, ideally, we wouldn't have any exclusive games, so part of me is pretty happy about that. I don't know. I don't really like the idea of people not being able to play video games. Like, it doesn't benefit me at all. Like, people not being able to play Starfield on PlayStation, like, who benefits from that shit? No one. Absolutely fucking no one. Unless you're some fucking dork on Twitter. Like, unless you're some no-life neckbeard on Twitter whose entire fucking identity is linked to fucking fanboying the shit out of a piece of plastic. Nobody fucking cares. Yeah, I think the only time I'm, like, okay with exclusivity is, like, let's say Sony, like, Final Fantasy VII Remake, for example, I think is a perfect example. That game literally would not exist without Sony funding the development. Like, Sony literally went to Square Enix and said, here's money to develop a Final Fantasy VII Remake. Make it exclusive to PlayStation for a set amount of time. And that's what they did. That, I think, is different versus just buying up a bunch of studios and then saying, like, oh, well, Take everything off another platform. I think that's better than just buying up studios. Like, commission a studio to make you a specific game. I think that's perfectly fine. I prefer that to, like, Sony buying Square Enix outright, if that makes sense. Like, I would rather, like, Microsoft go to Activision, I guess you could say, and say, like, hey, let us put your games in Game Pass. Although Microsoft is not going to spend the multiple billions of dollars a year that would take and not own the company. Because that would just literally be burning money at that point. A set amount of time? Where it at? It's on PC now. That shit came to PC, just like Final Fantasy 16 will. Both of those games are going to be on PC. Nah, EA would be a bad purchase in my opinion, because their games are already in Game Pass, bro. If that's all Microsoft gives a fuck about, EA's games are already in fucking Game Pass at this point. EA only makes money by selling sports games, so... Does Amazon even want Activision? You get $300 every 2 weeks? From what? Dude, I don't think Tencent has that kind of money. Tencent is not a like, y'all are really mistaking how large Tencent is. Tencent is like a multi-$100 billion company. They're not a $1 trillion company. And Tencent's business model is to not own controlling stakes, typically. They like to leave businesses on their own to operate independently, and they just reap the profits when those companies are eventually sold. They're a venture capital firm. They're not a gaming company. Venture capital firms don't run companies. They just own like a piece of them and then profit from the companies doing well. DJ Aftershock with the 2. It would be funny to see COD get Microsoft FI'd, not gonna lie. Yeah, as in, it releases every 7 years, launches with 3 fucking multiplayer maps, no multiplayer playlist, and it takes 6 months for a new fucking season to come out. Oh, sorry, actually 9. My bad. 9 months for the new seasons to come out. Oh, shit. Oh, doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Yeah, at least they can't Halo my Call of Duty for right now. Thank God. Call of Duty is safe for a little while longer. Favorite fast food place? Probably Chick-fil-A. Probably Chick-fil-A. Seven-person multi-kill. Nice. Oh shit. Alright, I gotta hide in here now. I did not mean to do that. What the fuck, bro? How does that kill you inside? That shit hella gay. It's like I'm undercover, bro. Should not be able to kill me. Yeah, I'm wondering, because, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm wondering why Apple hasn't bought, like, a gaming company yet. They have so much money. It just seems like kind of a no-brainer. But they have not. I don't think Apple's hated gaming at all. Didn't Apple have like a game system at one point? It's just I think game developers hated developing for Mac OS. Because originally I know Halo was a Mac game before Microsoft came in and bought it. Like that was a game developed for Apple computers. But yeah, I don't think Steve Jobs gave a fuck about gaming for the most part. 100%. He probably thought it was a waste of time. Steve Jobs was one of those dudes who was like super fucking focused all the time. Yeah, I think if PlayStation got bought out by Apple, it would be like the perfect combo. I agree. They both have the like name recognition and brand equity. One with the one.
You're broke!
Uh-oh.
You're fucking poor!
The amount of copium today from Xbox fanboys has been hilarious. Yeah, bro, the cope session's gonna be on an all-time high. Wait till 2024 now, guys. I'm wondering if this cloud gaming thing is karma for them lying through their fucking teeth about the power of the cloud on Xbox One. know, the power of the cloud has come back to bite them in the ass. Bro, have you never seen the tech demo for the original Crackdown 3 before they completely overhauled it and downgraded the absolute shit out of it? Hold up, let me pull that up. Bro, that's like absolutely incredible. Hold on. Dude, this shit's fucking wild. This shit is absolutely fucking wild. Dark theme. Check this shit out, man. I think this was it. Yeah, this was it.
Crackdown 3 will blow up the way you play games today. Crackdown 3 will blow up the way you play games today by introducing a revolutionary new multiplayer experience using 100% destructible environments.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Play with 20 times the computational power of your Xbox One and experience unrelenting destruction and mayhem. It's not just what you can do with a gun. It's the opportunities you can create with destruction.
Some people look out on the city and just see lights. I see lives.
Before they added Terry Crews into the game.
For a better future. But what happens when evil comes out of the shadows? We do what we always do. We go to work.
Yeah, they added Terry Crews like last minute because nobody fucking cared about the game at all.
This is the voice of the agency with a message for Vicente Villarreal, kingpin of the Los Muertos gang.
Here, let me skip ahead.
To your boy.
But like, watch this shit. This was what they're trying to promise you could do in the game. Watch. This shit's fucking crazy. They're trying to claim this is the type of shit you could do. With that fully destructible city, guys. But 20 times the power of your base, and then this is even worse. This is a quote-unquote demo, guys.
Questions like, why in a game can't I just shoot a wall with my bullets and not wall rather than just having a texture decal stuck on it? Why do my bullets go through a wall? And if I want to shoot a bigger wall, why can't I step through that wall? So it's about breaking down walls in video games. So we kind of did this little demonstration here, which it looks like a wall in any other video game, but this one is connected to the cloud. So unlike other games, this wall has compute power and memory on demand.
This is the... Keep in mind, guys, this is a game where you literally can't even shoot your fucking gun unless you're locked on, and they're trying to make it look like this is the actual game.
In true practice style, if I want to be at the top of a building, any building, and create a little sniper nest, create a hot start, shoot my friends, you know, from there, they can hardly see me. And to be able to be excited, that's the kind of thing we can do.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Now imagine that on a whole building. Look, you would expect players, for example, say, well, that's fully destructible. I want to shoot out this whole base, and I want that whole thing to fall over. My friends are at the top, and they should fall over with it, right? And we're saying, oh, absolutely. So this building here is actually not physically, so it's clad in concrete, steel, glass. It has a steel infrastructure.
This is the power of the cloud, guys.
Now what I've done here, we're using a really overpowered gun for this demonstration.
Look at this, man. This is what Crackdown 3 looked like, right?
Persists, and in true Crackdown style, you know, it can be picked up, you know, moved around, etc. There's no fakery here. So, for example, one of my friends, there's a couple of my friends up there, these two guys here, and there's a bridge. Why don't I just shoot the bridge they're standing on and bring them down to my level? And you'll see everything is physical, cascade damage, everything hits everything else. So once again, overpowered bullets, but you get the idea. Now, just to show you how much power that needs, I'm going to switch into a small debug mode here, detach and fly. So typical multiplayer games run on a server, you know, and if you're lucky, you get one server for the game. Most servers actually share games. What you see here is all the different colors are actually different cloud servers, so the cyan is to do this.
But they tried to claim this was like the entire city was this fucking destructible. That was their quote-unquote power of the cloud. And I think it's just kind of ironic that the quote-unquote power of the cloud is now the thing that prevented them from getting Activision Blizzard, which is kind of funny. It all comes full circle, bro. Karma's a bitch. They lied through their teeth about the fucking power of the cloud and Crackdown. And now the power of the cloud is the thing that prevented them from getting their acquisition.
Bruh. Microsoft.
But yeah, shit's pretty wild, man. Barista Craig with the 22 months. Damn, 22 months. How you been? Pretty good, man. Doing alright. Starting college in 3 weeks and I've lost 40 pounds since January. Currently working out. Fire, dude. Congratulations. Keep that shit up. And Britt with the 2. Play your Virgin Rage. I don't have one, Britt, so I can't do that. If you want me to play yours, then feel free to ask, but I don't have one. Dragon Blood Eye with the 5. Lulu Chang implied they probably would pull out of the No, they're not. They're just saying they're not going to invest in it in the future. Like, it's just a cheap threat. It's a cheap fucking threat, bruh. That's nothing. And if Microsoft wins EU and FTC case, they will close the deal over UK decision. I don't know how likely that is, man. The UK is their second biggest market, so they're not going to pull out of the UK. Britt, you're like 22. That's not that young. You got 1 foot in the grave, basically. But yeah, there's no way Microsoft pulls out of the fucking UK with Xbox. Like, that would literally be brand suicide. That would literally be, like, fucking brand suicide, bro. Because, like, think about all the people that would have wasted money on an Xbox that could basically no longer use that shit. No fucking chance. Britt, I'm sorry, I don't have the same ailment as you. I know you want us to be like, oh my god, relatable, but it's just not gonna happen. You're in that boat all by yourself. Yeah, I wonder if Phil Spencer's posted anything on social media yet. I'm sure he's having a lot of very interesting conversations with a lot of board members at Microsoft because their stock rallied on this news, which means most people don't want the shit to go through. You know, any other company where you have like a $70 billion acquisition that gets blocked, your stock price would drop as a result of that news. Microsoft's jumped up 10%. So, yeah. Not really a great look in terms of a vote of confidence from the shareholders on whether they want this to go through or not. Nope, I haven't put any money in stocks recently. Just Pokemon cards. I bought some today, actually. I spent $940. Britt, you don't have any friends. Stop the cap. Why are you watching a YouTube live stream at your friend's house? Go do something with your friend. Go like, I don't know. Sing along to your favorite Taylor Swift songs or some shit like that. I don't know what y'all do. Daryl's done with the 2. Did your boss found out you playing No. Why would they know and why would they care? Even if they did, they wouldn't give a shit. It's not like I was playing it for like 9 hours. The fuck? You're allowed to take breaks when you work, you know that, right? As long as you get your shit done in time, it doesn't really matter when you work or not. Bruh, today I had to attend a human trafficking course. Well, if it was gay, you probably had a good time. Did you pick up any new tricks of the trade? Alright, boys, let's fire up the slave trade. We're selling her off for profits. Britt with the 2, my friend and I are watching TV right now. Y'all need to go do something else. Sounds boring. Daryl's on with the 2, you streaming while you work. I want to be like you. I mean, this was kind of just a one-time thing. Typically, I'm busy all day. I just didn't have anything until like 2. But yeah, I work from home, so if I have free time, I technically could. It's 10:45. What should we do? Go to Walmart or something. I don't know. They're still open late. Do the dance with no pants. Oh my god. Yeah, I think that's Britt's problem. Because that's never occurred. That's why Brit's filled with rage all the time. Microsoft could absolutely pull out of the UK. They're not going to, though. There's a difference between making the threat of pulling out and actually doing it, bro. There's a huge difference. Do you think Microsoft is going to give up billions of dollars in revenue every single year? Fuck no, they're not. I mean, you're talking like tens of billions of dollars in revenue if they pulled everything. I mean, they could fucking shut down every business unit they have today. Doesn't mean they will. Daryl's on with the 2. We should react to Ethan Ralph one day. I don't know if I want to get involved in that community. I don't think I want to get involved in that community, bro. Crucial Black with the 5. Now that the last bit of hype for Xbox has pretty much died today, the Series X might go the way of the Xbox. Oh, it's already the way of the Xbox One. I think it may start doing worse, in all honesty, bro. Think crap will jump ship again? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Probably not. But, hey, you never fucking know. Dude, I think... So, not even the fact that this deal was blocked. I think the fact that Microsoft's stock rallied as much as it did today after this news broke, I think that's the most telling thing in all of this. Like, that to me is the biggest, like, I guess, takeaway that everybody should be looking at. Is Microsoft shareholders don't want this deal to go through. So now the deal is delayed until 2024, which their initial contract with whoever the fuck it is, shit, I can't think, Activision, there we go, expires this summer. So there's a very likely scenario, not saying it will happen, but there's a likely scenario that with all this negative news surrounding Xbox and the poor performance of Microsoft's gaming division, the shareholders are going to say, yeah, you're going to fucking back out of this shit and just let it die. Because we don't want to put $70 billion into a loser business unit. We'd rather put that money into buying like a cloud company or something like that. I think that's the biggest takeaway that I would look at. Because that, to me, tells me the sentiment of the people who actually get to call the shots at the end of the day. Because Phil Spencer ain't shit if the board of directors gets a call from a lot of their large shareholders and say, get rid of this fucking deal. Because at the end of the day, the shareholders are the owners of the company, so they have the final say on everything. And if they're losing faith in this deal, or the performance of Xbox as a business unit, then that's who gets to make the final decision at the end of the day. The board of directors, like, acting on behalf of the shareholders. So that's what I would be looking at personally, and I think that's the biggest tell. Because after this chain of just really negative news on the gaming division's performance, I wouldn't be thrilled either. I mean, shit, bro. Their console sales are down 30%, and they're constantly in stock now versus last year, where they were still somewhat kind of difficult to find at times. Not really difficult, because Xboxes have always been readily available for the most part. But that just shows you a complete drop-off in interest. The only people that are buying Xboxes either owned an Xbox One last generation, or people who couldn't get a PS5 initially. And now that the PS5 is readily available, nobody needs to go and buy an Xbox instead. Not to mention, if you own an Xbox One, you can still experience like 99% of Game Pass, because most of Game Pass is just Xbox One games and Xbox 360 games anyway. So it's not even like they're missing out on the best part of Xbox, which is Game Pass. They can literally experience the best aspect of Xbox without buying the new console. So it's pretty tough, man. Pretty tough. If I was a shareholder, I wouldn't want them spending $70 billion on Activision. Like, if I was one of those motherfuckers who actually had an ear inside of the board, I'd be like, bro, can this fucking acquisition? It's a loser. No one talks about PlayStation. You just brought up PlayStation, bro. Get fucking owned. Griffin can't stop talking about Xbox. I mean, that's kind of the whole reason I'm here, is to talk about, like, you know, the biggest news in gaming, period. I mean, this was the biggest acquisition in technology history, much less the fucking video game industry. So of course everybody's gonna talk about this shit. It was a huge fucking deal. Like, no shit, everyone's gonna talk about it. I thought Kanye has his new wife and is relatively happy now. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly the Series X, like, is worse than the Xbox One at this point in the generation, because, bro, at least the Xbox One had some fire fucking launch games. Like, bro, Sunset Overdrive, Titanfall, Forza Horizon 2, Rise Son of Rome, Dead Rising 3. What else did they have? They had a couple other games as well. But yeah, like, way better than fucking Pentiment, Hi-Fi Rush, Halo Infinite. Oh, they had Halo MCC, which I know that launched really bad, but it actually turned out to be good. Then Halo 5 after that, so... The Series S and X has had, like, nothing, bro. Nah, Kanye's new wife was like a designer that worked for him. So it's not a celebrity. So maybe she's normal. Dude, I don't even have a hate boner for Hi-Fi Rush. It's just the fact people are holding up this indie tier game as like some AAA fucking masterpiece. It's like, no. It's like a fucking indie game. Like, bro, the fact people are comparing a game like Hi-Fi Rush to something like God of War Ragnarok is fucking sad. Like, I don't care what the fuck anybody has to say. Like, dude, Hi-Fi Rush looks like it could have come out on the PlayStation 2. And you're holding that in the same light as something like God of War Ragnarok. Like, no. I'm sorry, man. You could maybe compare it to something like Returnal, okay? That would be a fair comparison. Both of those games are not true AAA, like, you know, true AAA, like, exclusive titles. But, dog, Hi-Fi Rush is not in the same fucking league as a game like God of War, Horizon, Spider-Man 2, Demon Souls, any of that type of shit. It's a fucking little indie tier game, which is fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the game, but you cannot hold it in the same fucking light as something like a God of War tier game from a first-party studio. Microsoft has nothing on that level. Dude, people love talking about Hi-Fi Rush. Do you know what they don't love doing? Playing it. Because what was it? Only like 10% of people actually finished it when we checked? Oh, dude, Dreamcast guy soyed the fuck out over it because it reminded him of, what was that game he likes on the Segas? I don't fucking remember. Shit. The Sega Dreamcast game. I don't know, dude. Like, when he played that game, the footage just looks really slow. I don't know. I hate the art style. I don't like the music. The combat and gameplay just looks really clunky and slow. I don't like rhythm games in general. I don't know, bro. That ain't for me. Give me something like an actual Devil May Cry game, not some like cheap bootleg rhythm game ripoff. Yo, fucking Jug? When did they add that to this game? I've never seen a Juggernaut in this game before. What the fuck? When did they add Jugs? I have never seen one of these in this game. I mean, I guess I've never scrolled that far on the kill streak menu because I've never had a reason to. I just like the Harriers, so yeah, maybe I just never looked. Usually I just run kill streaks that require zero maintenance. Zone with the 2, you're just mad nobody's talking about COD? I don't know, bro. That seems to be the topic of conversation today more so than any other game. My favorite thing, though, is like all these Xbots that were like pretending to be the biggest Call of Duty fans ever that you just know never fucking play the game. Like in any other year, they would have been like, oh, bro, COD sucks. But because Microsoft was going to own them, it was like the second coming of Christ again. Kind of funny. Proshal Black with the 5 Xbox and PlayStation stands fighting over a bronze medal player base. Belongs to mobile, console sales belongs to Nintendo, power belongs to PC. Yeah, they're fighting for scraps, basically. I mean, it's multi-billion-dollar scraps, but yeah, true. Like, I can't tell you how many, like, people I saw, like, commenting on the internet at one point, like, hey, once Call of Duty's in Game Pass, maybe I'll try it out. It's like... Bruh. You're not gonna try out Call of Duty until it's a fucking Game Pass? Like, bruh. But those are the motherfuckers hyping that shit up. You wouldn't pay $70 for this? That's kind of an L, bro. I mean, it was on sale for $45 the other day. Call of Duty, the GOAT. No game touches COD. Oski Woski with the 5. My GGG merch came in. Let's go. Let's celebrate. Put on Puzzle Plant Galaxy. Yeah, I can in a minute. Sure.
Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Give me monies!
I think this is one of the better Call of Duties to ever come out, personally. I think this game is very good, all things considered. Like, it's very fun to play. I've enjoyed my time. I mean, shit, bro, I have like 700 plus hours in this game already. So, doing something right. Shit. Fuck, man. Stupid fucking trophy system. Well, with the 2, it's like the Twitter activists in movies, all bark, no buy. Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's like... this whole situation's very interesting. I think it's gotten ridiculous when they were trying to be Fortnite with it. No, the collaborations were great. They need to do more of them. The collaborations in this game have been really fucking boring compared to Vanguard. Vanguard had some of the best collabs, like, ever in COD. Like, bro, the fucking Godzilla pack was so fucking cool. The Godzilla pack was fucking goated, bro. Like, you literally had a gun that would, like, breathe fucking blue flames when you inspected it. Like, that shit was fucking dope. I love fun cosmetics in video games. You're supposed to have fun in video games, not take everything seriously. Like, shit. Yeah, having Snoop Dogg in there was fucking cool. The Armored Titan was pretty cool. Like, I don't know, dude. I like when games do fun stuff. Like, not everything has to take itself super fucking seriously. It's okay to have fun. There's nothing wrong with having fun in a video game. Despite what Neil Cuckman says, you can actually still make fun video games. But Griffin, it's not historically accurate? That's right, bro. I gotta adjust my fucking glasses because the M1 Grand does not look proper. That type of magazine would have never existed back in 1943. So Hi-Fi Rush is not fun? You can think it's fun? I don't care. Like, this is the thing I don't get, bro. I don't care if y'all like Hi-Fi Rush. Just like, I don't care if you like Resident Evil 4 Remake. It just ain't for me. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Different strokes. Just like people love Life is Strange, and I fucking hate that shit. Dude, this fucking stupid YouTube. Oscar with the 5. Isn't Snoop Dogg like a COD sweat? He's like a huge gamer, bro. Like, he does like a bunch of collab events for like a bunch of different video game companies. So it made sense, honestly. I loved it. I think he live streamed at one point with that skin. Just, yeah, no, he like plays video games. He's a streamer. He like does other events for different video game companies. Like, he's very active in the gaming community. Yeah, Google is acting up, bro. Alright, that's irritating. YouTube's not cooperating with music. That shit's annoying. Yeah, I can look at Hi-Fi Rush and tell you that game's not for me. Beer Hunter. Hell yeah, dude. Let me get my Bud Light skin. Griffin got the Xbox mad. That's alright. They can cope and see it, bro. This is not a safe space.
Taking Alpha.
Goro Kurokai with the 5 woke Capcom censored Resident Evil 4 remake. Now I can't be a creepy weirdo and upskirt Ashley. I know, bruh. That shit's a true tragedy. How could you fucking defend such a decision? To not be able to look up a, like, woman's fucking skirt. Like, what a game-breaking detail that just ruins the entire experience. If I can't look up a girl's skirt in my fucking survival horror zombie game, then it's not even worth playing it. Honestly. Get that shit out of here. The woke agenda has gone too far. The woke agenda has officially gone too fucking far, guys. Exquisite with the 2-play ban. I can't right now because the YouTube fucking tabs are like really fucking laggy. I can't play music at the moment. 73 days and we'll be married. Congrats, man. That's awesome. I'm sure that's pretty exciting. That'll be cool. That's definitely something to look forward to versus a video game. So big ups, man. Well, didn't they, like, tone down the remake in a lot of manners to make it more, like, serious versus, like, you know, comical? Because wasn't, like, Resident Evil 4 originally, like, pretty fucking just, like, almost obnoxiously edgy and shit to where you couldn't even take the game really seriously? It was more so, like, almost like a parody because of how fucking ridiculous certain aspects were. And, like, I'm pretty sure they, like, tried to make the remake a little more, I guess, serious. So, I can understand that. Like, if they tried to change the tone a little bit, I mean, that's the point of a remake, is you get to redo the parts you want and, like, you know, reimagine it. At least that's what a remake is supposed to be. Most people have it in their mind a remake means literally just copy and pasting the original game and making it look pretty. That would be a remaster. I'm opening my wallet and giving all my money. Don't do it, Britt. Don't do it. Keep that money. Well, if DSP told you to, Britt, then you gotta listen to your man, so do as you're told. That's your guy right there. You gotta make him happy. I miss the adult games? Like what? Adult only? Like sex games? Bruh. What do you mean you miss adult games? Like games where you just get to straight up fuck bitches? Like, I feel like those are still a thing. Did you guys hear that they're selling off the Transformers IP to potentially the Chinese? Y'all heard about that shit, right? Yeah, Hasbro is selling like a shit ton of different IPs. So they're selling off Transformers. Yeah, Hasbro as a company is doing really fucking poorly right now, and they're looking to sell off like a lot of their large IPs to get some money. Nah, dude, imagine if China had Star Wars. That actually might have turned out good. Because the Chinese don't like all that dog shit that Disney does. The Chinese ain't about the whole woke agenda and stuff, so... In fact, that type of stuff's illegal over there. They also own G.I. Joe? Yeah, I don't know, man. I know they tried to make like a movie franchise out of that, and I don't think it ever really took off, right? It was kind of a dud. I remember seeing the trailers for it. I never actually watched the movie. But you don't hear anything about it, so I'm guessing it didn't go anywhere. The other thing is, too, is they own that card game, Magic the Gathering, which I don't think that's relevant anymore. I think that's dead, too. I'm trying to think what Hasbro owns. Like, I know they own, like, a bunch of board game IPs and shit like that, and, like, Dungeons and Dragons and that type of stuff, but I don't really think they make much money anymore. Yeah, Magic the Gathering's really fucking gay, in my opinion. I don't understand the appeal. Like, it's a bunch of 300-pound fucking 40-year-old men sitting in a room playing card games. I've never understood the enjoyment of playing a card game either. Like, I don't know, dude. That's out of my wheelhouse. Do they own My Little Pony? Oh god. What about Pokemon? Dude, Pokemon is dumb. Like, the card game is fucking stupid. The cards are cool looking, but I would never play the fucking game. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the only card game I've ever liked playing. But new Yu-Gi-Oh! I fucking hate. I hate the current state of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game. It's stupid as fuck now. They made it way too complicated. Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to be cool when you could actually play the game in more than one fucking turn. Is that too much to ask, bro? Like, now, like, if you play Yu-Gi-Oh! It literally is one, like, 20-minute long turn, and that's basically it. Then the game's fucking out. It's, like, so boring. It's like, remember when you could just play, like, 1 or 2 cards a fucking turn, and you actually had to think strategically ahead of time and, like, you know, spend several turns setting up your strategy and everything like that. Now it's literally, oh, you know, draw 1 card, get lucky, and then you fucking win the game. It's just, it's fucking AIDS, man. Absolute fucking AIDS. I mean, you have fusion summons, synchro summons, ritual summons, XYZ, pendulum, like, it's just fucking impossible to keep up with now. And what, there's over 10,000 cards, and I think 5,000 of them have, like, subtext to them with specific individual fucking ability. Like, how do you even play that at this point? You cannot memorize fucking 5,000 different, like, status effects for every single fucking card that's ever existed. It's ridiculous. I don't know, dude. It fucking sucks. I tried to play that online, version of it, and it was so fucking AIDS. It was so AIDS, bro. Like, I played with like 2 or 3 people that were just playing normally, and I was like, oh, this is fun. And then I got into a match with like this fucking dude with like fucking, you know, Japanese letters in his name, and he didn't even attack past the first turn and fucking won. It was like, bro, what the fuck is this shit? Literally, I put down a fucking, you know, defense mode card and a couple spell cards. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna end my turn. And then this fucking retard spends like 15 minutes autistically fucking placing like 85 cards and chain effects and everything. It's just like, bro, how is this fucking fun? How the fuck did anyone think this is fun? Like, take that shit back to like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Original and GX days. That's when Yu-Gi-Oh! Was actually fun to play because it was an actual fucking game. It wasn't fucking, you know, stack your deck with a bunch of chain effects to where you only have to play 1 turn. But yeah, during, like, GX and back is when Yu-Gi-Oh! Was actually fun to play. After GX, it got really shitty. 5Ds ruined it with the fucking synchros. Because the synchros were super fucking abusable. Like, I had the Moon and Sun Dragon cards, and that shit was so fucking busted, man. The Moon and Sun Dragon were, like, the most busted, like, fucking monster combo on the game. I don't know, man. It's kind of a shame what happened with Yu-Gi-Oh! It used to be really fun to play. I really want to get that one card. I forgot what set it's from, but I used to have like a secret rare, I think it was, Magic Cylinders. I really want that card back. It's super fucking expensive in like a PSA 10, but I kind of want that card because I have a lot of nostalgia for it. Dude, Scrap Iron Scarecrow was dumb as fuck, bro. That card was so broken. That shit was so irritating because you could have like 3 of them down at once. So yeah, you managed to destroy one, but guess what? Some fucker's probably got like 4 of them in his deck, or 3, whatever the limit is, I forgot. But yeah, like 3 of them in his fucking deck. And then pair that with like a card that lets you bring a fucking spell or trap card back from the graveyard, you know, and you're never getting rid of that thing. Unless you literally just have like a trap card elimination deck. Or you use the Winged Dragon of Ra, but you know. Yeah, it sucks after the GX era. It got really irritating. Like, it became like a full-time job to keep up with it. Like, you literally had to study the fucking cards, bro. That shit was so AIDS. Timothy Marco with the 5. I'd be interested in participating in a D&D campaign just out of curiosity. I don't know. Yeah, that's a hard pass for me, but I know a lot of people do like D&D. The problem is with D&D for Hasbro is it's not very profitable because once you buy it once, you don't really ever have to spend money on it again. Griffin likes anime cards. Oh yeah, bro. I actually have some anime cards. Y'all want to see my anime card? Although I won't show you the 2 anime cards that are my prized collection, but I can show y'all some anime cards. I have a few that I'd be willing to show. Dude, I love the Yu-Gi-Oh! Artwork. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Artwork is so fucking goated, bro. Wait, hold on. Do I still have this? I bought these recently. Check those out. That is so fucking sick, man. Like, Pokemon art ain't touching that. That shit's fucking badass, bro. Then you got Dark Paladin over there. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Art is so fucking fire. What was my favorite card? Winged Dragon of Ra, man. I loved Winged Dragon of Ra. To this day, I love Winged Dragon of Ra. I have a bunch of Winged Dragon of Ra cards. But yeah, I love that card, bro. I love the way it looks. The art is fucking awesome. I love, like, the Egyptian theme. I don't know, dude. That's, like, always been my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster. Easily. I've never really been into, like, Blue Eyes or anything like that, but I mean, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and, like, Dragon Master Knight are obviously really fucking cool, but, you know, I would say Winged Dragon of Ra is definitely my favorite. Then probably my second favorite is Dark Paladin, and then Blackluster Soldier, and then probably Blue Eyes Ultimate. Siler with a 5, is there any point Xbox continuing this deal? I mean, they're probably going to have to appeal it just because of their legal obligations, but we'll have to see, man. I don't know. I think this is almost like a fucking shot in the back of the head, personally. Because now the likelihood of the EU ruling against it, I think, just went up. Because now they're not going to take the brunt of Microsoft's anger if they do decide to block it. Because they can just say, well, we agree with our British counterparts, and we also seek to block it. So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I can't spin, bro. I have to do it like that. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? How did that retard not die? Yeah, apparently the CMA has a very low likelihood of ever overruling anything, so I wouldn't really say the chances are great for Microsoft. So we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, it wasn't like the most expensive Yu-Gi-Oh card ever sold a Blackluster Soldier. I'm pretty sure. It was like some variant of Blackluster Soldier that was like some Japanese promo or something. And I think it sold for like 1.8 million or something like that. I forgot what it was, but I'm pretty sure it was a Blackluster Soldier. Dude, like the fucking Japanese are like obsessed with Yu-Gi-Oh! Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so popular in Japan. Like, it's insanely fucking popular in Japan. And their collector's market is huge. I don't think Call of Duty fans are going to be upset, bro. Why the fuck do I care if Microsoft buys them? Like, Call of Duty is not affected by Microsoft owning Activision or not. Like, I'm still gonna get Call of Duty. Why would any Call of Duty fan give a fuck? Like, Call of Duty is still gonna release either way. It doesn't matter who owns it. If anything, as a COD fan, I'm kind of relieved that Microsoft can't Halo my Call of Duty. Don't Halo my Call of Duty, bro. That needs to be a fucking shirt, but I don't want to get sued. Fucking camping toward. I like this song. Oh, like that secondary pistol is so busted. I don't think Activision Blizzard needs a rework at all. They're the world's largest third-party publisher. What are they doing wrong exactly? They make more money every single year than the previous one. Seems like they're doing just fine. I think what Microsoft owns like 70% of the cloud gaming industry. Not to mention Microsoft Azure servers make up a large portion of the overall cloud industry already. So that's the thing, is Microsoft can already be technically argued as a monopoly in some cases when it comes to cloud computing. So I don't think they want to give them access to the gaming aspect of that either. Because you notice they never signed a deal with Amazon Luna, for example. Do you know why? Because Amazon can actually compete with Microsoft in the cloud space. You noticed that, right? They didn't sign a fucking deal with Amazon Luna to bring Xbox games to their streaming service. Why was that? Because Amazon can actually compete with them. Instead, they signed it with fucking Boosteroid or whatever the fuck is the company they signed with. I forgot. Fucking Boosteroid. A bunch of like no-name companies, but not like Amazon Luna, for example. Like, we're talking about, like, services with probably tens of fucking subscribers. I mean, let's be honest, bro. Nobody's really paying for cloud in general for the most part. DJ Aftershock with the two people are saying that Jedi Survivor PC port is dog shit. Well, I wasn't planning on buying it anyway, but that's unfortunate to hear. Just wait for a sale. NVIDIA, all right, so let's clear this up right now. NVIDIA is not a true like xCloud or fucking Luna competitor. NVIDIA's streaming service does not sell you the video games. The only thing NVIDIA does is let you access your like already existing game libraries and play them. Like, you're not buying a game from NVIDIA to fucking play. xCloud, you're buying a game from Microsoft to play, or you're subscribing to Game Pass. Amazon Luna, you're buying the game from Amazon and streaming it on Luna. That is a true competitor to Microsoft in the cloud space. Neither does... I'm gonna assume that's fucking bait, bro. I'm gonna assume that's fucking bait, bro. Are you really trying to tell me that the same company that sells you Xbox games is not the one that lets you stream on xCloud? Are you fucking retarded? Oh my god. You all are fucking stupid if you, like... Oh my god. Oh my god. Please tell me you're purposely being fucking mentally retarded right now. Please tell me you all are purposely being mentally retarded. Dog. I sided with the 2 chances of Jedi Survivor steamrolling Redfall. 100%. %. Bill Clinton with the 5. I'm just sick of this Activision I'm just sick of this Activision acquisition to be over. One way or the other. Are you happy as a COD? Yes, I am actually. Very happy. They can't Halo my Call of Duty yet. There's still hope. Yeah, I think Jedi Survivor, whatever the fuck it's called, has like, I think an 87 Metacritic or something like that, so it seems to be pretty well received. Seems to be a decent game. Yeah, I bought Fallen Order for like $4 on the Steam sale recently. But yeah, I bought Fallen Order for like $4. Maybe I should play it at some point. Give it another shot. What do you guys think? Should I give it one more chance? Oh, if I'm gonna play it, I'm gonna play that shit on easy, bro. I'm gonna play that shit on easy, because I'm not a real gamer. Yeah, man, life is already hard enough for me. I don't need video games adding to it. I don't also want my lightsaber to feel like a wet pool noodle either. Like, that's the other thing as well. Like, I don't understand why they made lightsabers fucking weak. Makes no sense. Yeah, why Microsoft did not buy Respawn, I will never understand. Especially after Titanfall being so successful. When the Xbox One launched. Dude, Wolong I did not like because it plays like Sekiro. I don't like parrying. I never parry in Souls games. Same reason I didn't like Sekiro. I didn't parry once in Elden Ring. I'm proud of that fact. What did I major in college? Gaming, bro. The most important skill I ever learned. Ah, fuck, assist cooked. I majored in liberal arts, that's right. A professional debt degree. Fuck. I saw it with the 5, them buying Respawn most likely would have saved Titanfall 2 from being destroyed by COD and EA owned Battlefield, and then we got Apex Legends. Yup. I mean, I'm just thinking like having Vince Zampella under your roof, touching any of your first-person shooter franchises would be a massive fucking W. Like, whatever that dude makes seems to be just really fucking good. He has not made a bad first-person shooter to date, so... Man is a walking dub. Yeah, I played Medal of Honor on the PS2. Yup. Shit. Yeah, I mean, the UK has the authority to allow whatever company they want to operate in there at any time, so, you know, no foreign company has an absolute right to operate in any other country. Just like, for instance, we could say all French companies need to cease operations in the United States right now. So, we could technically do that. Would we? Probably not, but we could. It's our right. We're America. The French have no fucking jurisdiction in allowing their companies to come operate in here. We control that. The UK is Xbox's second biggest market, bro. So in the scope of their gaming division, it's not small. Microsoft needs the UK, mate. Quite sad, isn't it?
Microsoft.
Boy. Why is you selling ye... Fuck, I don't even know how to speak UK, bro. I can't speak UK. I was born with more than one functioning brain cell. I apologize. I'll try to fix that. Griffin is a woman. Whoa. Am I a strong woman at least? Dude, I honestly feel pretty good right now. I started to cut again. So I'm back down to 1,200 calories a day. And I feel like really fucking good right now, honestly. Like eating like 1,800, like this sounds so stupid, but I actually feel like less sluggish again. Eating less. It's almost like when you almost have like a sense of hunger constantly, it keeps you awake. And like alert. And focused. I like that. Yeah, the only thing I had today was I went to Chipotle because I had to go to drop some shit off at FedEx, and there's a Chipotle like right next to the FedEx. So I had a Chipotle bowl, and after that, like when I got back from the gym tonight, when the stream first started, the only thing I ate was a bowl of tomato soup and like some fucking Brussels sprouts, bro. So the Chipotle bowl was probably like 900 calories, and then the soup was like 300-ish. And then vegetables I don't count because they're basically non-existent. You can basically eat as much vegetables as you want. But yeah, it was pretty nice though. I walked like 8 miles today too, outside after work. So took Apollo for like a 4-mile walk, and then it's about, you know, 2-ish miles there and back from the gym. So got lots of exercise too. But yeah, I'm gonna do a 50-day cut, I think, and I'm gonna see how it goes. I'm gonna see if I can get abs again, or not again, but yeah, I'm going back on the cut. The mission for the missing abs, bro. Just have IMKey make you lose weight? Ew. Gross. Final Fantasy 16 is $70. So, that game looks worth every penny. I would pay $100 for that game easily. Well, I already did, but yeah, that's beside the point. I bought a bunch of those deluxe editions to keep sealed. I'll probably grade one of them with WADA. Bruh, how does Final Fantasy 16 look mid? What the fuck? Bro, what do you consider to be mid? I don't know what the fuck you're smoking on, man, but Jesus Christ. You need to put that shit down. I'm Key. I know what you're smoking on, bro. It's called malnourishment. Your brain doesn't function properly. Oh, he's talking about the girl mid? Maybe. But yeah, I don't know how the fuck you could say Final Fantasy 16 looks mid. That game looks fucking phenomenal. I liked Final Fantasy 13. Final Fantasy 13 was pretty good. People hate on that game. I don't really understand why. I thought it was fun. They're probably upset that you don't just fucking sit there and like scroll through menus for 20 minutes in between turns. It's actually like a real-time game. Thoughts on Final Fantasy 12? I've never played that one. I know they did like the remaster on the PS4, but I never bought it. The Zodiac Age or whatever it's called. I probably should have bought that. I never tried it though. I want to get the Pixel remakes on or Pixel remasters on Switch. Dude, the Final Fantasy 13 soundtrack is really good. Final Fantasy VII Remake has the potential to be a lot better than the original, but we've only gotten one of the 3 parts so far, so it's a little too early to say. Depends on how much they change, what they rework, the overall like quality of it, so we got a ways to go. But I think it definitely has the potential. I mean, fuck, man. Look at the graphics and gameplay. They're a massive step up from the original. So, it's already got that going for it. Which I think graphics and gameplay is pretty fucking significant. Because, I mean, you have to play a video game after all. Unless you're buying God of War. Then you get to watch 15 hours of cutscenes. I love Final Fantasy VII Remake. The thing I love about Final Fantasy games, especially the modern ones, bro, is those games just really suck you in. Like, that sounds really cheesy to say, but it is true. Like, I just feel like I get sucked into that world, bro. More so than any other game I play. Final Fantasy games just truly hit different. No, Crisis Core is not. It's a prequel to the trilogy remake. Crisis Core is a prequel to Final Fantasy VII. Dude, I put in 100 hours into Final Fantasy 15 the release week. I played the fuck out of that game. Way too much. That shit was so fire, though. That game was absolutely fire. Well, yeah, dude, they have to kill off Aerith because, you know, otherwise then Tifa would have actual competition for Cloud, bro. Because if Aerith was still around, then it'd be a no-brainer. Cloud would pick the better girl as an Aerith and not end up with Tifa, which, you know, the fucking Ooga Booga I like Milkies crowd would be very upset by. Who spend a lot of money on Final Fantasy merchandise. The Milkers mob. Matifa titties, bro. Matifa titties. Ah. Blondes are an L. Then I'm key. Why were you pursuing a blonde, bro? He likes the brown hair of a donkey. My favorite nude mod for a game, I've never used a mod in any video game, much less a nude mod, so I couldn't tell you. I have never modded a video game, nor do I ever plan on doing so. My favorite Final Fantasy? I would say 15, bro. 15 is my personal favorite. Like, I really love Final Fantasy 15. That game is very good. I'm not modding a game. Favorite Final Fantasy story? Well, it would have to be Final Fantasy X2. Oh, I think I missed a super chat. Crucial Black with a 5 of Microsoft and Activision want this so bad. Just do what Sony did and get marketing deals. They already are doing it with Diablo 4. What's the problem? You would think, but Microsoft... The thing is in Sony's marketing contract, they probably have the right to first denial of marketing rights. So basically, no matter if it expires or not, they always have the option to renew the marketing term. So they're never going to let that shit expire, which Microsoft did back in 2015. Microsoft allowed the fucking contract to expire with Activision, which gave them basically continuous rights to market Call of Duty. And then Sony snatched that shit up, and they're never going to fucking let that shit go. Shelving Wolf with the 5. Can we watch my ex-boss being exposed as a pedo? It's in Bakersfield, same as EDP. Depends on how long it is and how much time we have tonight. But possibly, sure. Is that the title of the video? Final Fantasy X is better than 15? Cap. That's some cap, bro. Guys, I think Hi-Fi Rush is probably gonna be better than Final Fantasy 16, bro. I'm just throwing that out there. You're home at last, Britt. Oh my god, welcome home. It's so great that you're back, Britt. Even though it literally makes no difference on my end because you're in the chat. Why'd you ditch your friends, Britt? It's not very cool. Weaponized autism with the 2. What's up, my fellow Homo sapiens? We are all gay. That's right, man. Every single one of us. Have you guys seen that stat where it's like, what, 20-something% of Gen Z is like fucking LGBT or some shit like that? Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Well, we were just watching TV, lol, so I told them I'll see them tomorrow. Aw. How sweet, Britt. Thanks for coming and spending time with us instead. Now.
Give me monies!
Yeah, I think it was in the US. Am I in that 27%? I don't know, guys. Maybe. I think it really just depends on the penis, if I'm being honest. I have no fucking comment, bro. Hell no. God Emperor Sofa King with the 1.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Yeah, Britt won't add me on Xbox because, you know, that Halo 1v1 would go rough. That's all I'm gonna say. That shit would be embarrassing. Not for me. But, yeah. We all know you are bi, bro. Oh my god, I'm not gay anymore? Let's fucking go! Hell yeah, dude. I upgraded. I'll be straight in the next 4 months, watch. I don't want I'm Key, bro. I'm Key belongs to the fucking streets of Belarus. Or I should say street. It's not a very developed country. They have one singular street. Wait, Griffin is actually bi. That's right, dude. I've been bi under your nose this entire time. Yo, I have a question for everyone. How many bi people get married to the opposite sex? So I don't think it's very many. How many bi people remain faithful to the opposite sex in a relationship? I have a theory. A gay theory. They just like to fuck, bro. But they're actually gay. But they'll fuck anything. They're like pansexuals, bro. But they're actually more so gay. But they will also fuck women as well. But they don't actually like women. They just can get sexually attracted to them. I guess it's kind of the same as like a porn star, bro. Like you can get sexually attracted to a porn star, but in reality, you'd never actually want to fucking sit in a room with them. They're probably obnoxious and just gross people to be around. Weaponized autism, the two, wait, at my high school, 90% of the girls were gay, not kidding. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Could have pulled a threesome, bro. When you see a hot chick and find out she's lesbian, biggest letdown ever? No, just say, can I be your dildo then? That's it.
Bruh.
If she says, sorry, I'm not interested, I'm a lesbian, be like, alright, I'll just be your dildo. Done. Or just say, me too, like Drake. She goes like, sorry, I'm a lesbian, just be like, yeah, me too. And then if she laughs, she's not actually a lesbian. Because everyone knows that lesbians are stuck-up bitches. But yeah, there you go. That's why women don't date bisexual men, because they assume they're gay. Exactly. Well, dude, I wouldn't really want to date a bisexual woman, in all honesty. Because it's like, what does she consider cheating on you? Because she could consider having sex with a woman not cheating on you because you're not, you know, she's not sleeping with another guy. But she could be out, you know, finger blasting her fucking girlfriends or whatever the fuck. And it's like, well, I would consider that cheating. Like, you're having fucking sexual encounters with another person. Like, that's considered cheating in my book. But then it's like you run into, well, I wasn't cheating because I was sleeping with a girl. It's like...
Bruh.
It's just, it doesn't seem worth it. Just seems like unnecessary drama. And then you'd always be wondering, well, like, is she gonna ditch me for a girl or some shit? Like, I don't know, bro. It's just kind of weird. It'd be a weird relationship dynamic, I feel like. Because then, like, let's say you're a bisexual dude. Like, are you cheating on your wife by just sleeping with other men and not women? Like, would that be considered cheating? Because, I mean, you're not fucking another woman. You're sleeping with a dude. So would that be considered cheating? Like, that's what I mean. It just kind of gets into, like, this whole gray area and shit. And someone may think there's nothing fucking wrong with that. But I don't know, man. Not really my world I want to live in. And it's like the other thing is too, is obviously if you're attracted to both, like me as a guy would never like satisfy both, I guess, desires, because it's like I'm not a fucking girl, at least right now. But it's like, that's the other thing. It's like basically they're attracted to two very different things and you can only be one of those. So therefore they're either going to feel super unfulfilled or they're going to have to go seek that fucking, I guess, satisfaction elsewhere. I don't know, bro. It's just, it's kind of wild. Because, like, that's the thing. If you're straight and you're married and you're having, like, regular sex, you're probably going to be pretty satisfied. Like, okay, you know, we all good. But if you're, like, bisexual and you're married to a woman, well, you're still attracted to dudes. And you're always going to have, like, that fucking, I guess, urge to, like, sleep with them. That's never going to be, like, quenched, bruh. So, I don't know. Would definitely be interesting to see kind of like the dynamics of that. But hopefully I don't ever have to relate, you know? Don't bother with girls, it's trouble only. I think I'm gonna bother. Eventually, man. Once I feel a little more confident in myself, and I'm not so afraid. Where would I find a woman at? Walmart. Real alpha males have never even seen a woman? Fuck, I guess I'm not a real alpha. Griffin is definitely not bothering for girls. What does that mean? Like thirsting? Yeah, I'm not. I'm more in love with the money, bro. Real talk. One day in life, I'm gonna be like, damn, I really want to buy a vacation home. And then I'm gonna look to my left and be like, damn, I also have a stack of $400,000 in Pokemon cards. Time to cash these bitches in. He not thirsty, he hungry? Hell yeah, bro. And I'm coming.
I'm an Ellie! Yeah!
Griffin, I just went for my interview at McDonald's. It went well. Well, dude, I can press this shit and not do it in a sarcastic manner.
Go get a job at fucking McDonald's, cause that's where you fucking belong!
I'm glad your interview went well, man. Big dubs. Yeah, I've seen Alex Jones' wife. She's like really young, right? Griffin, would you buy a vacation in Cuba? No. Why? Is this another invite for a trip? Sorry, Britt. I'm gonna have to politely decline once again. Dude, Alex Jones is like a fucking Giga Chad, bro. Of course he can get married. Bro, Alex Jones could probably walk up to any woman on planet Earth and immediately have her thirsting over him. Like, honestly, that dude is so fucking interesting. Like, that's... Bro, if you have, like, that type of fucking charisma where you can literally talk to anyone about anything, you're gonna pull bitches like crazy. It doesn't matter what you look like at that point. Alex Jones has, like, that fucking just, you know, god-tier charisma that he can literally talk to anyone about anything and make that shit extremely interesting. Like, if he was not famous, he would legit be walking around with, like, 10 out of 10s. Even if he wasn't wealthy or famous or anything. That dude just has that fucking vibe to him. He's got, like, that fucking, you know, just almost like a magnetic personality in a sense. I mean, dude, he would be a fascinating person to fucking talk to. Honestly. Like, if you got him outside of, like, all the fucking conspiracy bullshit and everything and just had, like, a genuine conversation with fucking Alex Jones, I feel like that shit would be so fucking interesting. Because that he really is smart. But, you know, unfortunately, he went down the wrong paths at certain points. But, hey, nobody's perfect, right? I don't know. But I feel like he'd be very interesting to talk to. No, somebody gave him $8 million in Bitcoin at one point. Weaponized autism with the 2? Alex Jones would be too powerful if he wasn't oh, 100%, man. 100%. Would I interview Alex Jones? Yeah, that shit would be fun. I would love to have a conversation with Alex Jones. I think that'd be incredibly interesting. Oh, shit. I still got it, though. Nice. Oh, shit. Damn, they already took it down? Oh, no, they didn't. Cool. Another one. Fuck. Damn. Kind of wish they would shoot it down now because I have another one to call in. Really? Nobody? Tough crowd. Fuck. Really? My VTOL couldn't take care of that dude just like 3 seconds earlier? Damn, bro. I thought it had my back. No friends. Not even your own kill streaks you can trust. And another one. Dog, I'm like getting these like crazy. Shit's too fucking simple. Do you think the EU will follow suit with a CM? I think the likelihood of that just went up dramatically because now the EU can point and say, well, we agree with the CMA. They don't have to stand alone on blocking it because I think every country was hesitant to be like the first one to block it. So now that, you know, the CMA has kind of set the precedent of blocking it, I think now they can just point to it and be like, yes, we concur with the CMA and we believe the deal should not go through. And then they won't like take the full brunt of Microsoft's like, you know, kickback because they will be joining someone who already fucking did that shit. I just don't think anybody wanted to be the first, but the British didn't care. If anything, I'm surprised the EU weren't the first, because typically they always try to block this type of shit. Nope, the USA is suing in court. So, the USA is trying to block it. Activision and Blizzard have to, and Microsoft have to win in court versus the FTC and have a judge decide who wins, basically. But yeah, the FTC moved to block it. So it's going to be a big-ass fucking legal battle. So 2024 is probably the earliest we're going to find out anything. But most likely, I have a feeling it's probably not going to go through at this point. I mean, this is going to get drawn out for fucking years. No, this block will have no effect on the FTC in court because U.S. judges don't look at international fucking regulatory rulings. They have nothing to do with U.S. law, so the only thing that matters is U.S. law. How many VTOLs is that this game? 4? Like shit, man, I could drop 80 kills. Can I drop a 100 bomb? Bro, what the fuck? How did he not die? Oh, I'm not gonna drop 100 kills, man. That's so lame. Ah, dog. Fuck. Dude, I fucking bodied those retards. Jeez, I had what? That's a 4.0 KD on shipment with 96 kills. That's pretty good, man. Jimmy Chops with the 2, getting a new NZXT build PC soon. Super pumped. Awesome, man. Congrats. Now, Sony's contract for Activision's marketing is basically renewable. So once it expires, PlayStation has first dibs on renewing it. So they'll probably never let it go away. There's probably a first right of refusal clause in there, meaning once it expires, they have the first right to refuse the offer that Activision throws their way for marketing rights. Oh, is DSP moving back to Twitch now? Jesus Christ. I guess he figures that way the only way people can support is with, you know, direct tips and not super chats or subs. So more money, more easily. Right in his pocket at that moment that he can spend on his favorite mobile games. Weaponized autism with a 2. I think the deal will go through eventually. Who knows, man? I think it's up in the air now. I would have said before today, yes. But the fact that it's going to get this prolonged means that it could get to the point where Microsoft just thinks it's not fucking worth it anymore and backs out. The longer this shit prolongs and the worse news Xbox has for like financial performance wise, then the less likely it is that this deal will ever fucking materialize, even if it does get approved, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Because day by day, Microsoft shareholders are not going to want to fucking dump $70 billion into a loser gaming division that doesn't actually make money. And that's the risk they're running at prolonging this. Is Microsoft shareholders may fucking turn on them, basically, is what I'm trying to suggest, I guess. Holy fuck, that recoil. Activision is not gonna go bankrupt, bro. Who the fuck told you they're on the risk of bankruptcy? The fuck? Why would Microsoft be buying a company for $70 billion that's about to be worth nothing? Dude, if they were bankrupt, then they wouldn't be worth any money because they would be a losing company. They wouldn't make money, so they would literally be worth $0. Why would anyone buy a company that's about to go bankrupt for $70 billion? Like, maybe for a couple billion, maybe. But 70 billion? Hell no. Look at Ubisoft if you want an example of that. Oh, I think many companies are worth $70 billion. The fuck are you talking about, bro? Microsoft makes more than $70 billion in profit every single year. They're definitely worth $70 billion. They're worth trillions because of that. Because you discount the cash flows, and that's how you arrive at their value. That's what a PE ratio is all about. Ah, shit. Griffin's sad that Dreamcast guy is cheating on him with 5 guys. That's right, bro. Very sad. Almost didn't get on tonight. Almost called in sick. I don't think anybody really wants Ubisoft because they have to inherit all the French employees, which get paid out the ass to sit around to do nothing. Dude, French women are an L for that shit. The fucking hairy pits and stuff, yeah. But some of them are pretty hot. Like, some French chicks are really fucking hot. But yeah, there are some that, like, do not fucking shave, and that shit is weird. I will never understand that. That's like Japanese women, though. Japanese women don't shave. All these dudes thirsting over Japanese women. It's like, bruh, I hope you look forward to seeing a massive fucking bush. At least you can floss while you're down there, right? You can floss down there while you're at it. Good for oral hygiene. Asian porn is an L? Well, the thing is, they just sit there and, like, don't do anything, bro. Like, I've watched Japanese porn a couple times, and, like, basically the chick just fucking lies there lifeless, like, moaning like a fucking 3-year-old. Like, it's so creepy. You didn't catch that? Can you repeat? Well, there's a button you can press on the keyboard. Press your left arrow or double tap on the left side of your phone screen. What's up, Guts? Hope you're doing well. Oh, shit, man. My spine just like fucking popped. Poor RGT? What's wrong with RGT? Griffin doesn't know what Denmark is, unfortunately. Well, Britt, I do know what you are.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Oh shit, I didn't mean to swap. Yeah, I went live for like an hour or so during my lunch break. I decided, why not talk about gaming instead? Why don't I like Denmark? Because you like it, Britt. Therefore, it's impossible for me to like it. Actman made a Why Resident Evil 4 remake is so awesome. Sounds about right. That's like his whole like kind of gimmick, right? The why whatever game is so blank. If Griffin ever met Brett, he'd be a simp. Am I not already? No. I don't think so. Brett has a low income career path. I don't think it would happen. Now, if Britt was like an investment banker, then we might be talking. I'm not smart to know what an investment banker is. Exactly my point, Britt. Exactly my point. Bro, I think getting rid of Phil would honestly be the best move, but, you know, I think he's pretty entrenched in the Microsoft corporate culture and has, like, a lot of allies on the board, so I doubt it would actually happen. Griffin would get on his knees and bark for Britt. Woof, woof. That's right, dude. Roof, roof. Whatever the fuck. What sound is a fucking bark? I have a dog, I should know, but he doesn't bark. Oh, I'm sorry, Britt. Was that not assertive enough for you? Please forgive me. I'll do better next time. Please don't punish me. Jim Ryan is the best thing to happen to Sony in somewhat gaming if you're a fan of PlayStation exclusives to multi-platform. I agree, man. I think he's done very well for Sony. I mean, I don't obviously personally like a lot of the things he does, but there's no denying he's a great leader for PlayStation. Like, he's made them more money than any other fucking person in their leadership history. I mean, Sony is more profitable in their gaming division than ever before, so he's obviously doing something right. Bro, if I was actually a simp for Brit, when she invited me on her vacation, I would be like, oh my god, yes, please. Griffin would be one of those dogs that pees in the corner and cowers in fear. That's right, man. Absolutely. But Don't Ryan is what? But Don't Ryan is the actual CEO of Sony? No, he's just PlayStation. He's the head of PlayStation, or Sony Interactive Entertainment. The CEO of Sony is somebody else. I don't really fucking know his name, but it's like some Japanese dude. Oh, I'm sure they are having a furry fantasy, Brit. There's a lot of fucking weirdos in this chat. 100%. We got a bunch of fucking degens. Joe Biden is rerunning, so anything is possible.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
Here, let's push that again.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
We got some Class A degens in the chat. Like when they're not trying to fucking groom me into being a femboy twink, they're sitting here over here like fantasizing about furry RP. Like, we got some sick, demented minds. Y'all need to hit the fucking pavement and go, like, get some exercise. I don't know, bro. Too much internet. Terminally online behavior. Hey. Griffin is mad because he can't afford a furry suit? That's right, man.
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
There you guys go. If you want me to be my true self like you keep fucking pushing for, then give me monies. Put your money where your mouth is. Yeah, Astro A50s are really nice. I loved mine. But then they broke. And so did my heart. Griffin, only pick one, women or money? That doesn't make sense, because you can't have a woman without money, bro, because you'll die. Like, as far as what would I rather have for, like, the near future? Money. Like, if I had to pick one thing to pursue for, like, the next year, I'd pick money. I had zero money and still got beautiful GF. Was this like in high school or some shit? Because I don't think that would fly at age 25 for me. I don't think that scenario would fly. Mama Luigi with the 5. The amazing Lucas was right. The Xbox is the L console. I know, man. He was ahead of his time. Shit, bro. Wild. All right.
Xbox is currently having the worst month ever. There's been news
True.
about Redfall only running at 30 frames a second. It calls for a boycott. They released a bunch of financial reports last night discussing the fact that the Xbox console sales are down a full 30%, which is freaking insane. And now the Activision Blizzard deal is officially blocked. It's done. Microsoft is not buying Call of Duty. But let's discuss the intricacies of this, because the reason it got blocked is a bit stupid. What's up, gamers? Dreamcast guy here. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm recording this at 7:30 a.m. And you know what? I rolled out of bed and I'm immediately talking about this because I seriously love talking video games. Thanks to everybody who subscribes. Let's see if this video can get 5,000 likes. So here we are over on Twitter. This is Jez Corden, the king of Xbox himself. This guy does some of the best Xbox reporting, and he says this: in a major win for market leader PlayStation, the UK regulator, the CMA, has blocked the Xbox Activision deal over cloud concerns. This means that cloud providers like Nvidia don't get Call of Duty, hilariously. Now, obviously, this is the major angle that a lot of people...
That makes no fucking sense, bro. Because if Nvidia... Like, bro, the whole way Nvidia... Whatever the fuck that shit's called. What is it? GeForce Now or whatever? Like, doesn't that shit just run off of your Steam library? So why wouldn't you be able to play Call of Duty through Nvidia if you can literally just buy it on Steam and then stream it through Nvidia? Like, that's like the whole way that like service works, right? Is it just like streams your library? So theoretically it should work fine unless Activision is blocking it. So I don't know, bro.
People are very upset about. I mean, PlayStation has been really fighting against this deal since its onset. Whenever we first heard about this merger of Activision Blizzard, World of Warcraft and Candy Crush and everything else getting rolled into the Xbox Game Pass brand would have been a massive win, and PlayStation seems to have managed to convince them otherwise. Now, the actual details of this are a little...
2023 Perfect Dark with the 10. I was going to get laid, but then I was offered an opportunity to make 1K in 2 days. Never heard from the girl again, but obviously I'll take the money over a random chick. What working man wouldn't? Yeah, especially if she's a random, bro. But if you know that's like wife material, then I'd turn down the 1K. Azul with the 2. It has to be on the service. Last time I used it. Yeah, that's the thing is like I think certain developers block it or whatever, but it's based off of your Steam library, I believe. Like, you have to own the game before you can actually stream it. But you don't have to purchase it through NVIDIA, is my understanding. Acid with the 2 just got here. You saw Quantum TV getting arrested? Yup.
Little bit insane.
We did indeed.
Because it sounds like their biggest problem is actually this. They're worried that this deal could alter the future of the fast-growing cloud gaming market, leading to reduced innovation and less choice for UK gamers over the years to come. Yes, that's correct. This is the biggest actual thing that they are upset about. They are actually saying, well, Microsoft already has very good cloud services. Microsoft has cloud servers. Microsoft could actually take games like Call of Duty and put them in the cloud before anybody else and end up swaying all future advances in technology. Now, this is a very strange hill to die on. Microsoft has a strong position in cloud gaming services, and with the evidence available, the CMA thinks that it would find it commercially beneficial to make...
Yeah, I must say, this is a very forward-leaning ruling. Like, I think they were smart to ignore the fucking bullshit about consoles because, you know, consoles are in the past at this point. But cloud gaming is 100% the future. And, you know, Microsoft could very easily dominate that by just acquiring all fucking game studios, even if they keep releasing stuff on physical hardware. No one wants to game on cloud. Okay, talk to me in 15 to 20 years. I highly doubt anyone will have that energy, but you know, maybe the fucking like nostalgia boner retro bros will have that energy, but do you think fucking little Timmy playing fucking whatever the equivalent of Fortnite is at the time is going to give a shit of whether he streams the game or buys native hardware? Like, the same argument was made for CDs versus downloading music. Well, the quality is so much better on a CD. And then the same thing was said about downloading music versus streaming it. Oh, well, the sound quality is so much better when you download the song. Or, oh, it's so much better when you put a fucking Blu-ray disc in. Like, bro, technology passes on. The average consumer does not give a fuck about a slight difference in performance or experience when cloud streaming in 15 to 20 years is basically on par with native hardware.
Activision games exclusive to its own cloud gaming services. Now, a lot of people are already realizing that this is the death toll of Xbox, this deal anyways. I wonder where Xbox goes from here. I fully expect it to fall through in the coming weeks and months. It's a little bit like being back to square one. Now, technically, inside this big appeal, they are allowed to actually fight back. Microsoft is already releasing statements. In fact, in this article, they are saying, you know what? We're absolutely going to battle this. We're absolutely going to do our best. Microsoft engaged constructively with us to try and get us to address these issues. We're going to do this. So it does sound like Microsoft is still going to try and push this. Right here is the president of Microsoft. We remain fully committed to the acquisition and we will appeal it. I think at this point they're trying to just do some PR speak. I think they realize that this is not going to actually happen. So now we kind of need to work.
Yeah, they have to legally act like they're trying to go through with this acquisition up until July when the deal expires. After that, what action Microsoft takes, I think will be very telling. because they're basically required to close this deal by July or give their best effort to do so. So until July passes, Microsoft has to act like they want this deal to go through. Absolutely. So after that, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the fucking messaging and shit changes, if it changes. I mean, they could still push for it, but it's anyone's guess at this point.
Worry about what happens next. I do see, I'll be honest, I see a lot of Xbox Twitter is absolutely in shambles. I'm not going to show any of their tweets.
The copium ran out, bro. They put all their fucking eggs in one basket when it came to damage controlling for Xbox when it came to this. This deal was their fucking Hail Mary of fucking pure damage control.
Because it's kind of rude, but there were people yesterday who were saying, I can't wait to shove this down Sony ponies' throats. I hope that PlayStation players choke on this deal. I'm sure those people are going to wake up and have a very bad day. But you also have the other side of the coin, which is stuff like this. People saying, thank God, looking at the state of Xbox game studios,
that's
how
what
many
I'm saying.
high-level executives are leaving due to development hell. I do not trust Microsoft one bit with Activision franchises. This is great news.
Which button would be fitting for that? Fuck. I need to find that Phil Spencer gaming clip because I really miss having my applause. Because that was some straight up facts, bro. Yeah, I guess this would be the most fitting.
Welcome to the real world!
Like, bruh, I don't trust him with Call of Duty either.
But I do also see stuff like this that's interesting. This is not a great week for Xbox. I gotta wonder what this means for Phil Spencer.
I agree. Because Game Pass is his fucking baby. And this was like their one chance to like rapidly grow it. Because the Bethesda acquisition is not doing that.
I'll be honest, I haven't even considered the idea that Phil Spencer might lose his job. I mean, I guess it's definitely possible, but Phil Spencer has been leading this charge towards Game Pass so strictly. What happens next? Now, here's something
That's the
I
thing.
actually...
He put too much fucking focus on one thing. He put all his eggs in one basket, bro. Game Pass is the only thing that Microsoft now judges their gaming performance off of. And unless he can find a way to continuously increase Game Pass's subscription numbers, then it makes his performance look very poor. And basically them buying Activision was kind of like a Hail Mary attempt to really boost those numbers up and get a fuck ton of like PC Game Pass members, is I think my best guess.
Believe in the most. I will reiterate again that if the Activision Blizzard deal falls apart in the coming weeks, I fully expect Xbox to use that $68 billion to buy other smaller game companies. Ubisoft, CD Projekt Red, Sega, WB Games, Capcom, etc. It's all about growing Game Pass with talented studios and IP. Now, this, I think, is the biggest lesson that everybody is going to learn. The biggest reason that, A, this entire deal took so long is the sheer size of Activision Blizzard. I mean, the company is a monolith. It has thousands of employees all over the planet, multiple studios working on multiple
3,000 developers. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
consoles, working on multiple developer areas and stuff. That is an acquisition that takes years and so much approval, so much oversight. If you bought a smaller company like CD Projekt Red or Sega or Ubisoft, these are still big companies in the grand scheme of the industry, but by comparison, this is a drop in the bucket compared to how massive Activision Blizzard is. I guess I'm just so interested in this because everybody seems to be very confused by the cloud gaming stint of this. In fact, they actually released a further statement here. Microsoft is, or sorry, the CMA is saying that while it's beneficial that consumers that Activision games would end up on Game Pass, Microsoft would have all the incentives to increase Game Pass prices, ultimately harming consumers. This was actually one of the biggest arguments brought up during the court case directly, was that right now Game Pass is cheap. Game Pass is incredibly cheap. It's the best deal in gaming. People talk about that constantly, is that there's day-and-date releases, everything Microsoft is coming out with, which, I mean, obviously isn't much. Microsoft doesn't really make that many games, but they get
facts. Absolute fucking facts.
Third-party stuff and indie stuff, and everything that's on Game Pass typically stays on Game Pass for $10 a month. They are basically saying, okay, well, with a $68 billion acquisition, they're probably going to jack up the price. They're going to try and actually make it profitable for Xbox. If you're buying something like that, you got to make sure you make that money back. I guess I understand this argument, but I didn't actually expect a Game Pass increase in price for a couple years. It feels like CMA is trying to protect people from a problem that doesn't exist yet. I gotta be honest, I feel bad for a lot of those Xbox dudes. There are a lot of people out there who really were wanting this win. I'll be honest, I saw a lot of tweets, and I've shown them in videos of people who wanted Call of Duty to become exclusive. They wanted Call of Duty to get taken from PlayStation as fast as possible. And now that's just never going to happen. Man, you know, just for fun, let's click the Activision Blizzard hashtag. Let's see what people are freaking out about.
Ooh,
Activision Blizzard stock is absolutely plummeting, technically in pre-market. Oh man, look at that. It's everybody's.
And Activision stock dropped, Microsoft shot up again. I don't think shareholders want this to go through. 2023 Perfect Dark with the two higher ups got to be mad at Phil right now. At Phil or Xbox is, oh dude, definitely. I mean, they're getting their fucking asses beat, to put it lightly, in the market right now. Like this fucking acquisition aside, like Xbox is getting their fucking ass hammered right now when it comes to console sales. So no, higher ups at Microsoft are probably not happy with Xbox at all right now. Not to mention, even Phil's admitting that Game Pass sub numbers have started to plateau.
It's just talking about the fact that this deal is just being blocked. UK government dealt a huge blow to Xbox Activision Blizzard deal. Man, it's donezo. It's absolutely donezo. Gosh. Well, that's it, folks. That's it. Thanks so much for watching. Good morning, good evening, or good night. You guys rock. Be sure to like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming.
Reject PlayStation and Xbox. Embrace the Nintendo Switch, guys.
Oh my god. Oh man, I literally got out of bed just a minute ago. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm tired. Oh. Thanks.
Holy shit, bro. He just got out of bed. That's so crazy. Holy shit, dude. Wow. Bro, that's so fucking wild. What was this other? I saw another video from him. Yeah, this one. Xbox fans are mad about PlayStation exclusive. Let's watch this real quick.
There's a lot of people on the internet that are incredibly emotional. They love their game consoles, they love their games, and they straight up will freak out if you say even the tiniest bad thing about it. But I think that's also just partially a byproduct of the rise of social media, with so much conversation and debate and hype and analysis of game trailers and stuff. Some stuff is definitely going to get out of hand. But today, there is a very strange set of viral tweets that are just completely wrong. The Xbox side of Twitter is claiming that PlayStation is forbidding people from working with Xbox.
That's right, man. PlayStation is the boogeyman. Bill Clinton with the Soulja Boy console, the real best console. Amen, bro. Absolutely. Shit is too OP.
And it's so stupid, I kind of want to just dig into where this misinformation specifically came from. What's up, gamers? Dreamcast guy here. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I want to start things off with two big, gigantic caveats. Number one, please don't let me trigger you with this video. I am just talking about this for the entertainment facts. It's interesting to me when, you know, stuff gets so completely skewed, assumedly by accident. And additionally, no offense to anybody shown in this video. I'm not attacking you, but I have to laugh. So, I've seen multiple of these today. Big, ridiculously viral tweets. This has thousands of likes in just the first couple hours, but it says this: Sony is getting exposed badly. Already, this guy definitely sounds like he is tweeting this while crying. Sony restricts companies from working with Xbox. These are third-party deals. Jim Ryan is doing all that crying, though saying that Microsoft will be unfair. Clown emoji. Oh man, when that deal goes through, we will be laughing. Now, clearly, he is clearly talking about the fact that Jim Ryan is obviously being a complete freak during the Activision Blizzard deal, and one of the main crux of it is that Jim Ryan...
Isn't D-Batch like one of the biggest fucking like Xbox dick riders on the entire fucking internet?
Claims that anything
I'm pretty
that
sure
Microsoft
that's who I'm thinking
or
of, right?
Activision is working together on will become exclusive in the future. Call of Duty, Diablo, World of Warcraft, stuff like that, they're saying could hypothetically become an Xbox exclusive at some point, and it would hurt Sony. Now, this is just a complete out-of-context screenshot that says players should not expect Final Fantasy XVI to be on any Xbox Series X or the Xbox One. The reason is a weird one. In an ongoing conflict between Sony and Microsoft, it's been revealed in this legal documentation that Sony has signed deals with third-party developers to stop them from working with Microsoft specifically. Square Enix has
Make up all the
permission to work with
excuses
others.
you need.
Presumably, this would be after a 6-month exclusivity period, but Microsoft and the Xbox is off limits. Now, this person clearly is not actually reading this wording. This person is kind of just taking bits of it and sort of projecting their own emotion onto it. Somebody thankfully did a nice reading comprehension breakdown for those who are not exactly good with perhaps English. Presumably, Xbox details of this exclusion are not clear yet. Sony likely may. Now, there's a reason this person has underlined all the maybe words. It's because this is very much this
It's a dog shit article, bro, made by some fucking console fanboy. Of course they don't know how to fucking actually write.
Personal author's speculation. Now, I decided to actually dig up the article itself. Is Final Fantasy XVI coming to PC, Xbox, and Switch? Now, I think this article is to a...
I don't know why people take games journalists' words at like face value, bro. Most of these people are fucking brain dead.
Heavy degree actually created via AI, one of those algorithmic articles that's kind of just generated for some extra clicks, because honestly, it's just the most basic, obvious stuff. Like, is it coming to the PlayStation 4? Everybody who knows anything about Final Fantasy XVI knows it's not coming to these platforms. It's extremely obvious, stuff like this. Like, there is no information about whether or not Final Fantasy XVI is coming to the Switch or not. It's definitely not coming. There's no way that any downgraded port or stream version... I mean, Final Fantasy XVI just can't work on Switch. This is one of those articles that's just supposed to get people to click it, and a lot of this is the author's own assumptions. Like, even this, we don't know about an exclusivity contract. And I also decided to go a step further and actually dig up this legal document that all these Xbox people are quoting. This is the actual legal document. I pulled it up just to do the bare minimum. Xbox Twitter, do the bare minimum with your weird, cringy gotcha tweets. Here it is. So here, literally here, 3.6. I literally pulled it up. This is the exact one. You can see it says right here.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 16 would make the Switch burst in the
section
flames.
of this 50-page
Like
legal
man.
document. I'm
I
sorry,
couldn't even imagine that
100-page
running on
legal
there.
document. I'm on page 63 here, and it says this: Now, this is written by Microsoft. This is not being written by Sony. It's being written by Xbox themselves. Exclusivity strategies are not uncommon in the gaming industry, and other market participants have access to their own content. Both Sony and Nintendo's exclusive first-party games rank among the best-selling when it comes to first-party stuff. Obviously, Sony has things like The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, God of War, and Spider-Man. In addition to having outright exclusive content, Sony has entered into arrangement with third-party publishers that require the exclusion of Xbox from the set of platforms these publishers can distribute their games. Some prominent examples of these include Final Fantasy VII Remake, Bloodborne, which is from Software, the upcoming Final Fantasy XVI, and even things like Silent Hill 2 Remastered. Nintendo's exclusive content is well-established, globally famous, and iconic franchises like Mario, Zelda, Xenoblade, and Pokemon. Now, anybody who's able to grasp even the most basic sense of English can see that what they're actually saying here is that Sony is basically, to some degree, helping this stuff even exist. A lot of times these people are getting extra Sony employees, extra development time, extra bits.
Like Final Fantasy VII Remake, for example, was directly funded by Sony. That game would not have been made if Sony did not front the development costs. Just like Rise of the Tomb Raider on Xbox One, that game was exclusive for a certain period of time because Microsoft paid for the development of it.
It's a funding to make sure the marketing budgets are handled. In the cases of everything shown here, these are not just tiny exclusives. These are games that Sony is partially helping create to sell them on PlayStation. These people are treating it like this ridiculous gotcha. Like, first of all, this contract is from literally 6 months ago. I don't know why this is randomly being pulled out now, but it's an exclusivity deal that actually works, basically saying, if we build something for the PlayStation 5, we want it to be best and on the PlayStation 5 for as long as possible. Some of these games that Square Enix have been working on have already been coming to the Xbox. I mean, what about frickin' Final Fantasy Crisis Core? What about Diafield Chronicle? It's basically, this is a thing where legally Microsoft is pointing out the fact that the things that companies work together with Sony on, yeah, they're not going to later port them to Xbox. Or if they do port it, it's going to be pretty far down the road. But this is such a weird take to assumedly act like somehow this is showing that Sony is trying to hurt other companies. Like, this restricts other companies from working with Xbox. There's a reason they only give one example, and it's Square Enix. It's because there are no other examples. When we see stuff like tiny third-party games, tiny indie games that are only coming to Xbox or only coming to freaking PlayStation, those are not destroying the industry. They're not always being paid for exclusivity. Sometimes it just comes down to who is going to pay for your development. That's what it is. In fact, a lot of people are actually replying to this and saying, what the heck? So Square Enix is agreeing to this deal. It's not like Square Enix is having their arms bent. A lot of people are actually pointing out, okay, so other people also have exclusivity contracts. Like, okay, Kenna Bridge of Spirits was exclusive. Almost every single reply is talking about the fact that there's just nothing to expose here. This is counter bidding. This is very basic bid.
Yeah, I mean, look at Gears of War, for example, when they paid Epic Games to develop that for them. Like, prime example, the entire Gears of War franchise was a third-party exclusivity deal. Spore Hacker with the 6 games journalists are usually activists who are too lazy to work a real job. Abs-fucking-lutely. They're usually completely fucking brain dead for the most part as well.
Business. A lot of people, though, are talking about even stuff like this. The last case of Benefit Fox. Like, there are games that are also exclusive to the Xbox that are being paid to be on Xbox and not coming to PlayStation. I mean, one of my favorite games of all time, one of the biggest Steam Deck games ever, is freaking obviously Vampire Survivors. This game is so addictive, it's so fun, and it's not on PlayStation.
That looks so boring. You just walk around.
This game is so basic, they could probably port it to PlayStation in a weekend. But it's not. It's almost if Microsoft paid to keep this as a Game Pass exclusive because it's a
this looks like it should have released on the fucking NES or some shit. Like, what the fuck?
W for them. I've played so many hours of
people are actually playing this thing?
This on my Xbox and so many hours of it on Steam Deck because it's a great game that wisely they locked down. This is not anti-consumer. This isn't predatory. There isn't
It looks like a mobile game.
anything being deeply uncovered in these legal documents. Tweets like this are just so baffling to me because it just shows this weird emotional misunderstanding. Nobody is attacking the Xbox. Nobody in the media is biased towards PlayStation. I mean, nobody hates the Nintendo Switch. I feel like I keep seeing these tweets where somebody just has this weird, very laser-focused view on my team must win, your team.
Yo, it's like I'm Key hating on the Switch because he can't fucking afford one, the broke little bitch, but yeah.
Must lose. D-Batch, I'm sure you're a very nice guy. Well, actually, I know you're not. I looked at some of your other tweets. You were definitely saying some very questionable things in some of your other tweets that are very messed up, but I don't even want to go into that. But you know what? Your gaming opinions, you can have them. But this is just literally so wrong that it's hilarious to me. Much love to you guys. Thanks for watching. And Xbox Twitter, maybe don't spread tweets like this until you actually read them and fully comprehend it. It'll make you guys look a lot better. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this...
Waterboy with the UK is seeing something most countries don't. Well, I mean, to be fair, the US is also suing them. So we don't know the complete details, which will be revealed in court. But yeah, I mean, the US is also in open, I guess, disagreement with the acquisition as well. So we'll find out more so about their arguments as the court proceeding goes.
This video, please give it a big old thumbs up, share with your friends, and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming. I'm sure this video is going to go over very well. Thanks so much.
Let me twist my mustache. Let's go here. Cock blocked.
Microsoft's $69 billion deal to acquire Activision Blizzard has been blocked by the UK's Competition and Markets Authority, or the CMA. And after months of analyzing 3 million Microsoft and Activision Blizzard documents, more than 2,100 emails from the public, the CMA has concluded that the deal could alter the future of fast-growing cloud gaming market, leading to reduced innovation and less choice for UK gamers over the years to come. But this deal being blocked is bad for gamers around the world, and surprisingly...
Am I playing Redfall? Hell nah.
This is bad for PlayStation.
That's like asking, am I gonna fucking cut off my finger? Like, no. I don't like to inflict self-harm.
As well. Xbox has been blocked. The merger is blocked from the CMA, and now there is a very lengthy appeal process, and the waiting continues.
What if someone super chatted me all the monies to do so? I don't know, bro. If I got a big enough bag of super shekels, then maybe.
If you end up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new content. And let's talk about where Xbox sits and how PlayStation stands to lose, and Xbox fans have even longer to wait. The report came in April 26 from Tom Warren of The Verge.
Yep, the wait continues is the perfect summary of the Xbox brand ever since 2015. Dog, for the past 8 years, the fucking mantra for Xbox has been wait until, and that's like literally it. You just insert whatever the fuck you want after it.
who says that Microsoft will appeal the decision, but it's blow to the hopes of acquiring Activision Blizzard, and it will likely prevent the company from any other giant deal.
Not an eye with the two. I'm taking a poop at the moment. Hope it goes well, man.
If an appeal is unsuccessful. But it also dashes the hopes of Microsoft or Xbox acquiring any small publisher, any studio, or let alone any alternative large publisher or large studio. As it looks right now, regulators following suit with the CMA in the UK would stop Xbox and Microsoft from growing outside of Xbox Game Studios and the newly formed Bethesda ZeniMax on the team, on the precipice that Microsoft's massive cloud gaming infrastructure with Azure would stop any competition around the world for other companies that have not been forward-thinking with online gaming in the cloud enterprise. The CMA has outright denied this merger for Activision and Blizzard with Xbox, saying, quote, Microsoft has a strong position in cloud gaming services, and the evidence available to the CMA show that Microsoft would find it commercially beneficial to make Activision's games exclusive to its own cloud gaming service, close
Yeah, no shit.
quote, says the CMA. Strange, this is their leading statement, knowing full well that
Because cloud services can run on any device. That's the thing. It's not like a fucking video game where it's like, oh, you know, PlayStation gets a cut of every single fucking game that's sold on their platform. And you need, like, to access the PlayStation market in order to reach that certain number of people on PlayStation. To reach the overall gaming market with cloud, you don't have to do anything. You can make your own, like, launcher, client, whatever the fuck. You could have it directly run in browser like Google did with Stadia. So I understand why they actually did that. That makes sense to me. Like, there's no restriction on people accessing a cloud streaming platform. It's like saying that there's restrictions on accessing Netflix. There's not. You type in netflix.com on any device and you can start watching Netflix. So I can see where they're coming from. I think it's kind of stupid, but, you know, it's the UK. But, yeah, I mean, Microsoft definitely is positioned to be, like, the leader in cloud gaming. I don't think that's disputable by anybody.
Xbox and Microsoft have promised to keep Activision and Blizzard games fully available to all platforms that can play on cloud gaming services, even partnering with other competitors in the cloud gaming service.
Yeah, but cloud gaming is not a 10-year industry. That's the thing. Is like cloud gaming in 15 to 20 years is when cloud gaming is going to get fucking huge. So yeah, signing a 10-year deal on a microscopic industry right now is not a big deal because nobody fucking uses that shit right now.
Stop right here. Xbox has said that cloud games are not exclusive to the cloud gaming service. They are not exclusive to Xbox Game Pass. They are available to play on any devices that are supported in the Xbox ecosystem. But the CMA, as Tom Warren explains for the Verge article, that Microsoft controls around 60 to 70% of global cloud gaming services, and that adding control over Call of Duty, Overwatch, and World of Warcraft would give Microsoft a significant advantage in the cloud gaming market. Microsoft is attempting...
I mean, that doesn't sound unfair, bro. If they own 70% of the market, acquiring the world's largest third-party developer would definitely give them an advantage. Now, do I think they should block the deal over that? Probably fucking not, bro. But, you know, it's the UK, bro. Welcome to Europe. They hate business. They don't like making money over there.
Attempted to address concerns around cloud gaming in the lead-up to this decision. The software giant signed cloud gaming deals with Boostroid, Ubisoft, and NVIDIA to allow Xbox PC...
Why not Amazon, though? Because Amazon is the only company out of those three that can actually compete with Microsoft in cloud. Notice that. Hold on, let me see. Microsoft, Amazon, Luna deal. Let me see. Because didn't Amazon Luna, like, refuse to fucking side with Microsoft? I remember something about them.
I can't afford this shit!
I don't know. I can't find it. I remember reading something that either they denied the deal or I forgot. Luna's dead? I don't think so. I think Luna's just put on the back burner.
PC games to run on these rival cloud gaming services after striking a similar deal with Nintendo.
Has Luna even released yet? I don't think it's come out yet. I think they just announced it. I think it's still in like development.
In December, and of course, attempting to make this deal with PlayStation, which PlayStation never signed. These 10-year deals also include access to Call of Duty and other Activision Blizzard games if the deal is approved by regulators. But remember, they are not exclusive to the cloud gaming market. They are only available accompanying the PC and the console versions of the game. The CMA says that it has examined these deals that they contain a, quote, a number of significant shortcomings in cloud gaming services, and they are too limited in scope, with models that meant gamers had to acquire the right to play these games. That is by purchasing them on certain stores or subscribing to certain services.
There you go. That's why it got blocked. Because basically Microsoft was saying, oh, well, if you want to stream it on whatever your streaming service is, you still have to buy the game from us. So basically, the other streaming services weren't allowed to sell the games to you, but Microsoft would allow them to host Microsoft games on them, I guess, is what they're saying. Is like, so if you boot up NVIDIA, you're not buying the game from NVIDIA, you're still buying it from Xbox. It's just Xbox is allowing NVIDIA to let you stream it. So essentially, they would have a monopoly on the distribution of the cloud games, because you would still have to fucking buy it from Microsoft only. So I can kind of see where they're coming from on that. You know, maybe Xbox should have signed the deals where it said, like, NVIDIA has the right to sell Activision Blizzard games. Or fucking, what was the other one? Boosteroid or some shit? Like, if Boosteroid was allowed to sell Activision Blizzard games directly to their users, then maybe it would have gone differently. But the fact that, like, Microsoft is basically saying, like, oh, they still have to buy it from us to use it on these rival services, maybe that's the thing.
Yes, CMA. Yes, you have to buy the games or be subscribed to have access to them. As you know, nothing is for free. You're talking about free market capitalism, where if you provide goods or services, you have to charge for them, and people buy them so they can enjoy them. That's consumerism, CMA. The CMA complains that Microsoft providing access to these games in a rival multi-game subscription service, or the ability for rivals to offer versions of their games on PC operating systems outside of Windows. And yes, you can play Xbox exclusives on Linux. The CMA also noted that the deals would, quote, standardize the terms and
You can? I thought you couldn't play most of Microsoft's games on fucking Steam Deck because it runs on Linux. I thought like a ton of their games don't work on Linux on the Steam Deck. Have they changed that recently? Because I know for a while people wanted to play MCC on the Steam Deck, and for a while you couldn't. It was kind of sketchy. Let's see. I'm actually curious about that. Let's see. Because it'll say, like, deck verified or whatever. Let me find a game that is deck verified that I know is. And let me see if it shows it. It should mark, like, everything that's deck verified. Let me see if they display it on desktop. Yeah, no? Maybe not. Maybe you have to actually pull it up on the Steam Deck. Oh, fuck. There it is. Steam Deck compatibility. Ooh, I just didn't scroll down far enough. Okay, I'm fucking retarded. Okay, let's check. Playable. Okay. So it's not fully verified. What's another Microsoft game? Halo Infinite. Playable. Interesting. I didn't know they added this support, because for a while you weren't able to. That's cool. Unsupported. So that one does not work. What's another Xbox game? Oh, I know. Everyone's favorite. Verified. Okay, interesting. So it looks like some have gotten the support patched in, some have not. I'm pretty sure Ori is because, dude, I would be shocked if Ori isn't actually compatible on the Steam Deck. Oh, it's playable, it's not verified. Interesting. Bro, this game's $6. Bruh. If y'all don't have this, go buy this right now. This game is fucking great. Get both of the Ori games. Like, how much is the, like, get the bundle. What's another one that we can look up? Minecraft Legends, is that on Steam? Let's see. Playable? Yeah, that one's not verified, which is weird because it just came out. Oof.
Bruh.
Yeah, it doesn't seem... Wait. Did Microsoft let 343 Industries make this?
Bruh.
Unfortunate. Yeah, as soon as I heard you have to rebuild your base every single time, I was like, oh, no, I'm good on that. Oh, fuck. Let's go here. There we go. Yo, let's check Sea of Cheeks. Is that playable on Steam Deck? Come on. Click. Verified. So that one's verified, and that's an older game. See, that's what's weird, is like, wouldn't Minecraft Legends be verified? I don't know, man. Sunset Overdrive. That should be. Unsupported. Oof. That's a shame, because that would actually be a really good game to play on Steam Deck. Psychonauts. Let's see if that's supported. Playable. Not supported. Or verified, I guess I should say. Bro, where was it? There it is, man. The game that everybody wants to know. Pentiment. It is, in fact, verified. Well, I guess that's cool that they added that, because I know for a while you couldn't play MCC on the Steam Deck, so GG.
Conditions on which games are available. Instead of the open competition in the cloud gaming market, they said, we concluded that without the merger, Activision games would become available on cloud gaming services in the UK in the near future, close quote. The CMA initially sided with Microsoft over Call of Duty on PlayStation concerns last month, noting that it would be costly for Microsoft to withhold the popular franchise like Call of Duty from the PlayStation, and left some cloud gaming concerns on the table. In other words, as Tom Horn is explaining here in his article, PlayStation was concerned about losing access to Call of Duty, and Xbox said they would provide that for at least 10 years. Once all concerns were dissolved away, that Xbox wouldn't make Activision Blizzard games exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem, there was nothing left that the CMA and other regulators could do to say that they were harming competition for just the platform, PlayStation. The CMA said, quote, Microsoft engaged constructively with us to try and address these issues, and we are grateful for that, but their proposals were not effective to remedy our concerns, and would have replaced competition with ineffective regulation in a new and dynamic market, close quote. In other words, the CMA still does not understand, after reading over 2,000 pages of documents, that cloud gaming is simply...
Did you read over 2,000 pages of documents?
On-demand games streamed from the internet, just like watching a show or movie you paid for.
Yes, Colt, but the thing they're saying is that if you want to stream those games, you have to purchase them from one place, aka Microsoft. And unlike the traditional console market, where users are locked behind hardware and you have to provide those games on multiple different platforms in order to have like financial success, With a streaming service, you do not have to fucking do that shit.
On Netflix. Now, keep in mind that absolutely none of the games for Xbox are locked behind cloud gaming services or exclusive to xCloud or Xbox Cloud Gaming. All of the games included.
And just to be clear, I'm not saying I agree with the CMA, but I understand the point they're making. I understand the point they're making. They basically are saying Microsoft is going to become the one-stop shop for all fucking cloud streaming games because you have to purchase the game from Microsoft before you can use an alternate cloud streaming service to stream them. So it's like, why would you use an alternate service to xCloud if you already have to buy them through xCloud, basically? Like, does that make sense? That's what I'm taking away from this. It's like if I have to go on the Xbox app and buy the games that I want to stream on NVIDIA's streaming service, why would I even bother going to NVIDIA's streaming service at that point if I'm already having to go on Xboxes to buy the game in the first place? And I think that's the point they're making. That's my understanding, at least. Oski Woski with a 5. Okay, I bought them. I'll try them out when I go to Mexico, like with every other game that I got you recommend, especially that book you recommend. Hell yeah, man. Bro, yeah, Ori and the Blind Forest and Will of the Wisp are really good. They're like the best 2D platformers in my personal opinion. They're very solid.
In Xbox exclusives are available on this shown family of devices as long as you have purchased them within the Xbox ecosystem.
Dude, it's 1080p versus 4K in 2023. What about in 2045? That's what y'all aren't understanding. This is not just like a brief glimpse into the fucking current landscape. They're talking about for the future. Because cloud gaming is not a very relevant fucking industry right now, but it has the potential to explode over the next decade or so. Because if any other media, like, any other media format has taught us anything, is that streaming is going to fucking take over at some point.
System or have access to them with a paid subscription in the Xbox ecosystem.
Dude, if you don't think cloud gaming is the future, then I don't fucking know what to tell you. Like, you're one of those motherfuckers buying Blockbuster stock when, you know, Netflix is going crazy.
Like I said, nothing is free, and this is just the market standard. A near $70 billion merger has been put on the wayside and blocked for a further appeal simply because the CMA regulators in the UK do not understand how cloud gaming works in the gaming market.
I'm going to be honest, Colt, it sounds like you don't understand how it works, because the point I'm taking away from this is even if I pay for NVIDIA's streaming service, I cannot buy the game from NVIDIA. I still have to buy the game from Xbox to stream it on NVIDIA's streaming service. So therefore, if Xbox can offer game streaming for free, and you already have to buy the games from them anyway, why the fuck would you pay for another streaming service on top of buying the game from Xbox? That is the whole point being made here. And I understand where they're coming from. Again, I don't necessarily agree with it. I think it's fucking stupid. Who gives a shit? It's a fucking video game. Like, nobody's life is changing whether or not they can stream a video game. But that's the point they're making. They're not saying that Microsoft should give these fucking games away for free. They're saying that Microsoft should allow other cloud services to sell the games on behalf of Microsoft and host them natively on their services. That is what they're saying. They're arguing that NVIDIA should be able to sell Call of Duty on their streaming service, like PlayStation can sell Call of Duty on the PlayStation Store. Xbox still gets their cut, but the platform also gets their cut. That is what's the argument here. It has nothing to do with, you know, Microsoft giving this shit away for free. I think that's a massive fucking straw man or just a complete lack of understanding. So, that's the point I'm hearing that they're making. It has nothing to do with the fact that, you know, they give a shit that Xbox owns it. It's more so the fact that they can literally just close everybody else out of the market, because if you're the only fucking place that sells the game, then why would you use anybody else's service? Doesn't make sense. So what Xbox should have done is gone to Nvidia and said, we will give you permission to sell Call of Duty natively on GeForce Now. You get your 30% cut, we get our 70% cut. That way you can sell it to your users. If they would have done that, I don't think this would have even been an argument. But Microsoft knows they don't want to give that fucking up. They don't want to lose out on all that money. 2023 Perfect Dark of the 5, but didn't Sony already burn? No. Absolute no. That is a very common misconception I've seen going around the internet. People going like, yeah, good luck working with Activision ever again, Sony. Like, bro, hold on. To anyone making that suggestion, Bobby Kotick, CEO of Activision Blizzard, says that the Activision PlayStation partnership will continue despite Sony's behavior during the contested hearings with the UK's CMA on the pending Microsoft-Activision merger. In a lengthy letter simply titled A March Update on the Microsoft Deal, Kotick addressed the accusations from Sony that Microsoft could release, blah, blah, blah. Says Kotick finds Sony's actions disappointing. Says Sony has even admitted that they are... Wait, hold on, fuck. Damn, this is not the one I looked at originally. But basically, to make a long story short, okay? Bobby Kotick and Activision are in the business of making fucking money, bro. And at the end of the day, money talks. And if PlayStation has the fucking money, they don't give a fuck. If they're still making money from PlayStation, they'll be their best fucking friend. And smile and shake their hand and look them dead in the eye. They don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, this is a fucking business. You don't let business get personal. The second you fucking do that shit, that's when you start losing money. So, no, there's going to be no issue with Microsoft or with fucking Activision and Sony working together after this Microsoft deal, if it falls through. I thought Bobby openly threatened Sony to back off and stop it. No, they didn't. They did not. Nope. They were already playing Damage Control before this even got blocked. Revenstar with the 3 Dreamcast guy has an Xbox, so why does he complain about it? I don't think he's complaining about it at all, really. I think Dreamcast guy is just dumb. But not to be mean or anything. I just really don't think he understands this type of stuff.
The Activision CEO said, quote, "We're confident in our case because the facts are on our side. This deal is good for competition." After this announcement broke, the Activision Blizzard stock took a huge hit. In a media statement, Activision took a harsher tone toward the UK, saying the CMA's report contradicts the ambition of the UK to become an attractive country to build technology businesses. We will work aggressively with Microsoft to reverse this on appeal. The report's conclusions are a disservice to UK citizens who face increasingly dire economic prospects. We will reassess our growth plans for the UK. Global innovators, large and small, will take note that, despite all its rhetoric, the UK is clearly closed for business. Close quote. What
most of fucking Europe is at this point, dude. It's like Europeans hate money.
Seems to be a win for the CMA and regulators fighting against big tech has actually turned into a massive loss for a company like Activision and Blizzard that came to Microsoft and Xbox for a merger and a buyout in their own dire need. In fact, the approval of this deal for Activision
in their own dire need? Nah, they saw an opportunity to get a fucking bag, bro.
And Blizzard to become part of Xbox is not just good for Xbox, Microsoft, cloud gaming, Game Pass, and the Xbox platform as a whole, but it is actually very bad for PlayStation if it doesn't pass. Microsoft's appeal will push back the company's plans to try and get this deal over the line by the end of July 2023. Microsoft had originally planned to close this deal by July, and now it is forced to negotiate an extension to the merger agreement. And if the Microsoft appeal fails, or it fails to get approval from other regulators, Microsoft will owe Activision $3 billion in breakup fees. Brad Smith, the vice chair and president of Microsoft, said, "We remain fully committed to this acquisition and will appeal. The CMA's decision rejects a pragmatic path to address competition concerns and discourages technology innovation and investments in the United Kingdom. We have already signed contracts to make Activision Blizzard's popular games available on 150 million more devices." And
the Nintendo Switch, which is actually an interesting point that was brought up, is at no point during this did anyone mention, like, can the Switch even fucking run Call of Duty? Like, has anyone ever stopped and thought about that for a second? Like, you know, Microsoft loves to tout this number. Oh, we're bringing it to 150 million new devices, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, we signed a deal with Nintendo. It's like, bro, can Nintendo Switches even fucking run Call of Duty? I don't fucking think they can.
we remain committed to reinforcing these
Like, I would love to see Modern Warfare 2 running on the fucking Nintendo Switch.
agreements through regulatory remedies. We're especially disappointed that after lengthy deliberations, this decision appears to reflect a flawed understanding of this market and the way the relevant cloud technology actually works. Close quote. Regulators around the world have already approved this deal, and no one saw the cloud monopoly angle being used to block it, and Microsoft was very certain that the CMA would approve this deal and move on to the European Commission. The lesson learned here is that government and the regulators are trying to stop big tech from overpowering the government decision-making and their massive power play for a market and technology base that government employees do not even seem to have a cursory understanding. It is really as simple as understanding that cloud gaming is on-demand access to games on multiple devices for everyone around the world, and the technology has been forward-led by Microsoft and other big companies that have been getting into cloud gaming, sans PlayStation. The decision is no longer about protecting PlayStation, and the blame can't be put squarely on PlayStation except for their egregious interference in the deal. And
well, it paid off, man. You know, for all the shit we gave Jim Ryan, his fucking strategy worked. So, can't hate too much. Obviously, he knew what the fuck he was doing on some level.
as all logical and reasonable information has made it impossible for the regulators to continue to protect Sony's market position, the future is on demand, the a la carte subscription-based game.
How are they protecting Sony's market position? They literally did nothing to favor Sony, bro. They're not giving Sony like a fucking tax break. It's Microsoft's fault they can't compete with Sony. If you have to spend $70 billion and acquire the world's largest video game publisher just to compete with a fucking company whose market cap is the same as the company you're buying, you have bigger issues. Microsoft can 100% compete with fucking Sony if they had competent fucking management. Spending $70 billion is not competition. It's called trying to squeeze it out. Buying studios is not competitive. Competition is selling similar goods for multiple different people. Or what is the exact definition? Shit, let me think. Fuck, let me channel back my fucking economics class. Oh, shit, it's like several vendors selling identical goods. Locking games to one platform reduces the ability to argue that what they're selling is identical. If Microsoft and Sony were truly competing, they would have all the same games on each platform. And they would just compete with the fucking, like, actual hardware itself. Buying studios, making exclusives, etc. hinders competition. Because it forces you to buy a particular device or service in order to access those games. That is anti-competitive. Buying studios is the opposite of competition. Having more third-party studios is competitive. That's just the way it fucking is, bro. But Microsoft 100% can compete with Sony. They do not need Activision to do so. They need people in leadership positions with a fucking brain. Like, that's what they fucking need, bro. They don't need Activision. They need a fucking functioning brain somewhere in that corporate leadership structure over at fucking Xbox. That is what is in dire fucking need.
Gaming coinciding with traditional pay-as-you-go or purchasable games. The concept of having your games up in the sky seems to be far too advanced for regulators who grew up in a world where you turned on your radio when you wanted to listen to music. And that is pretty ironic. So what is the future of Xbox and further acquisitions
The
and
will
growth?
of Phil. That's right, man. Dog, that should be like the official Xbot cult. The will of Phil. I mean, they worship him like the fucking messiah.
For Game Pass? Quite grim, actually, as the game plan for Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella was to grow the Xbox platform with an approach that provided as many great games as possible to Game Pass subscribers and allowed them to also buy those games on their ecosystem to expand beyond the console and even beyond the PC to other devices where billions will be playing. We are entering into a new era of hardware for gamers that will be playing on very powerful handheld devices of their choosing, and the prospect of having a Game Pass monthly subscription service and hundreds of games to choose from each month is still a big part of Xbox's game plan. PlayStation is solely responsible for the future that their fans will endure alongside the exclusivity that Xbox fans will start to enjoy. Hear me out. Xbox will not be allowed
I guess he forgot to fit the scene on this one.
to buy big publishers or big studios, but instead, they will aggressively be seeking out exclusivity deals with existing studios they don't own. This means bringing big AAA games from studios and publishers that are not owned by Xbox into Game Pass day and date or outright exclusive to Xbox, as PlayStation has been doing with games like Final Fantasy. If Xbox is not allowed to buy big publishers and bolster up their library with big games, they will be aggressively buying games and keeping them from the PlayStation. Unfortunately,
Are they going to buy more games like Scorn and fucking Crossfire X? Because I don't think anybody's worried about that shit. Revenstar with the 3. Have you heard about the video game 80s crash? Yeah, I don't really think that'll ever happen, honestly. Gaming is like way too big at this point. Not to mention the internet kind of solved that issue.
for all the work that PlayStation has done to try and stop or block the deal or ruin it for Xbox, this will actually result in PlayStation missing out on more big games instead of taking the deal to keep Activision and Blizzard games on PlayStation for the next 10 years. As an Xbox fan, you should be very disappointed, as this has caused the Xbox platform to sit and hunker down for nearly 2 years, which they will continue to do.
Wow, more inaction for Microsoft. Par for the course, bro. I mean, I'm not really disappointed as an Xbox fan, because what would this do? It would bring me Call of Duty to... Oh, wait, Call of Duty's already on Xbox. It would bring Activision Blizzard game... Oh, wait, Activision Blizzard games are already on Xbox. Like, at a certain point, what is this actually adding? Because it seems like everything Microsoft buys deteriorates in quality. So if anything, I'd rather just developers stay third party. Like, that's the thing, is like Microsoft is not building these studios up that they're acquiring. Like, they acquire them and then they don't fucking do anything with them. Like, we have not seen anything come out of an Xbox acquired studio that is better than what they were putting out before Xbox bought them. And until we see something like that, you know, I'm gonna press X to doubt that anything of value here was lost. Because if anything, it would have just put these games in Game Pass. Okay, so what? I buy Call of Duty every year anyway. I don't care. Like, cool. Yippee! The game I already would have bought anyway is now available in a service that... like, that's it! It's just Game Pass padding, bro. That's all they're doing right now, is just buying up as much shit as they possibly can to make Game Pass look as big as possible to try and get people to sub to it.
While this process goes through and ultimately ends in too much damage that has already been done. The prospect of Xbox fans enjoying big studios coming into the fold like Capcom or Sega has all but been dissolved. Xbox still has a suite of 30 studios with Bethesda and ZeniMax folded in, and now Xbox has to show their fans and the world that even without Activision Blizzard merger, they are going all in for gaming. And
Dude, I highly doubt Capcom and Sega would want to be purchased by Xbox, because most of their audience is a Japanese audience. Why would Sega and Capcom want their games to literally be almost non-existent at that point? Because if Monster Hunter and fucking Street Fighter and Yakuza, whatever else, like all those Sega and Capcom games became Xbox exclusive, nobody would play them. It would be a stupid acquisition because those games don't even sell on Xbox anyway. This would be like Xbox buying Square Enix, bro. It would make no fucking sense. Final Fantasy 15 sold 1 million copies on Xbox One. It sold 7 million on PlayStation 4. Like, Microsoft would be pissing money out the fucking window if they bought a Japanese developer, because Japanese games do not sell well on Xbox. Bill Clinton with the 2023 is meant to be big, but I feel like I'm waiting like always. Starfield, the only game that genuinely had me interested. Yeah, I mean, even then, bro, I'm interested in it, but I'm not like excited for it. If it was Elder Scrolls 6, I'd probably be excited. But yeah, I don't know, dude. It's just, this whole fucking thing is a mess. It's like Microsoft is kicking the can down the road with these acquisitions. That's what it feels like. Instead of addressing the problem they have, they're like putting Band-Aid after Band-Aid on top of the issue. Like, instead of cracking down on their first-party studios and say, y'all need to fucking work, get something of some fucking value out. Instead of doing that, they just keep buying more and more studios with existing back catalogs of games, and then once those existing games are finished and released, then the studios just sit around doing fucking nothing. That's what it feels like at this point. Like, instead of actually hunkering down and getting their, like, in-house studios to actually fucking do some work, they just keep buying more and more studios to add onto the pile, and then eventually, once they blow their fucking wad, nothing else happens with them.
that fans can expect a ton of games to come out, regardless of this legal outcome. This is Colt Eastwood. Thank you so much for checking out this video. When I woke up and saw this news, the last thing I wanted to do was to sit down and make a video. Where's Xbox gonna go? What does this mean for fans? Is the deal
Probably took a shot, bro.
over? Is Xbox
Probably a stressful day for him.
going to die? Because they really have sat down and played nice far too long. If you ended up liking this video,
Dude, Halo should be a 2 to 3 year release cycle, minimum. Easily. They did it during the 360 era, they could do it now. But they don't. Gears of War. It's been 5 years, bruh. Where the fuck is that? Like, hello? Do you exist anymore, Gears of War? It's been 5 fucking years since we've heard from you. How are things going? Like, any updates? Like, Fable, we got a logo flash 3 years ago. Where y'all motherfuckers at? Avowed? Again, 3 years ago, a logo flash. You sure got out like fucking Pentiment, but no gameplay of Avowed yet? Or, you know, like, I don't know, dude. It's just, it feels like a broken fucking record at this point, because it's the same issue every single fucking year. Yeah, they need to bring back the motherfucker who was like, developers. That motherfucker was actually passionate about whatever he was doing. You could tell. Phil has been phoning this shit in for almost a decade at this point. Waterboy with the 2, Microsoft had to hire their manpower with false resume. Yeah, probably, man. They have a bunch of diversity hires. You know, skin color over skill is Microsoft's hiring mantra. 100%.
Anyway, with all the bad news, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content. If you want to further support the work we do here every week on the Colt Eastwood channel, you can do that by hitting the channel membership join button below, or you could join the Patreon. And Patrons get access to the XNC Podcast Party Club on Xbox. Get you
Bill Clinton with the 2 Perfect Dark is too quadruple A to release. I know, man. We don't have, like, I guess the brain capacity to comprehend such true quadruple A quality. That's why Bill Gates is injecting us with microchips, man. They have to retrain our brain to understand the greatness that we're about to fucking witness. Wait, hold on. Ravenstar with the 3, lol, it literally is. Go on their wait, whose website? Hold on, what? Which website am I going to? I lost track. I was reading Colt Eastwood's comment section. Rickenzie with the 2 Microsoft is more incompetent than EA at this point. Oh, yeah. Microsoft? What's on their website? Oh, wait, fuck. Microsoft. I see Office 365. What am I looking for here? Save on Surface. Oh, diversity? Oh, yeah. Well, that's every corporate website in 2023. That's every fucking website. You know, diversity is our strength. Absolutely. The Force is female, right? The Force is, in fact, female. All right, let's see.
Let's bring in Brett Thill. He is
what is
Jefferies
this?
Tech research analyst. He has a buy on Microsoft, raised his price target as well to 350. Want to talk about the quarter, but first, Brent, just give me your take. Listen, it seems
this should be interesting because this is like a market perspective, like I was kind of talking about.
it's highly unlikely right now Microsoft's going to succeed in buying Activision. At least I can tell you that, having followed these things for many years. What does that mean for the company? Is it seen as a negative, or at this point, not really that big a deal?
David, not really that big a deal. We don't really get a lot of questions about Activision. We get more questions around the AI and cloud strategy for Microsoft.
Told you! They don't fucking care about this shit, dude. Xbox is a loser fucking segment at Microsoft. They're more fucking interested in the cloud and all the other shit they're doing that actually makes money. Thank you. I knew this would be the fucking topic. Nobody cares about gaming when it comes to investing in Microsoft. That's why their stock rallied when they found out $70 billion may be freed up from the gaming division.
Microsoft, so really has not been a focus for many of our clients on the core story on gaming. Gaming seemed to take somewhat of a backseat to their enterprise business, which is driving shotgun.
Yeah, well, let's get to that then, because we were just talking about, in fact, AI and the opportunity there, and particularly the enterprise business. Sarah mentioned, they seem to be including some growth at Azure already from the growth in AI. What are you seeing? What did you hear on the call that sort of is giving you a little bit more sense as to what the prospects are for that part of the business?
So Microsoft is so far ahead of AI relative to the other technology vendors. They have done a phenomenal job, not only of the PR, but of embracing the technology. This is going to have a multi-year effect to numbers. We haven't seen it show up in a big way. They'll start to see it in Azure, which is their cloud business. It will then shift to their application business with what's a product called Copilot, which will help developers write software code faster. You'll see an Outlook ability to do your job, make suggestions easier inside emails, let you do tasks easier.
Revan Star with the 3,
So
yeah,
we
bro.
think
They definitely
ultimately,
need to crack the whip.
AI is
Amen,
gonna be
man.
infused across all of their portfolio, PowerPoint, Word, Excel. Imagine opening up PowerPoint and saying, create a presentation with these characteristics. You don't have to type anything. You could say something, and all of a sudden it pre-populates. So this pricing power is bigger than we had originally thought. They're already pricing some of the Copilot products that are double the pricing per month per user. So this is going to have a huge tailwind. It hasn't started. It will start. So what we said is the numbers didn't even really matter this quarter, but they're going to matter now going forward, and AI is going to help them along the way.
What did we learn, Brent, about where we are in the cloud cycle and investors' worries about a slowdown on?
You guys noticed this though, right? The largest technology acquisition in the history of the fucking industry is literally being completely fucking glossed over. It was mentioned for maybe 10 to 15 seconds, and they're already moving on to something else.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Nobody in the investment world or business world cares about Xbox's gaming. They don't give a fuck. So I'm telling you right now, I would not be surprised if Microsoft backs the fuck out of this deal, because I guarantee you they're already getting stockholder pressure from this. Timothy Marco with the 8 months. How can Microsoft fumble a medium such as video games? A complete hands-off approach and total incompetence from the top down when it comes to leadership. But yeah.
Enterprise spending and the economy. Is Microsoft unique here just because of its edge with AI and the execution we've seen?
Things are slowing across the board. The difference was that investors were so negative. I was at a dinner.
Yeah, look, how dismissive of his view of the Activision Blizzard deal over for Microsoft is an internal signal of things to come. Oh my god, bro. It's a big deal to consumer wallets. The amount of money consumers would say. Oh my god, bro. We got a Game Pass shill on fucking CNBC.
Bruh.
Oh my god, dude. They're everywhere. I like to save money. That's all Xbox is now, is the fucking cheapo brand. Let's see what this is.
Let's begin with the UK regulators blocking the Microsoft Activision deal. The country's CMA saying such a combination would substantially reduce competition in this new cloud gaming market. Both companies say they'll appeal that decision. Activision stating, quote, the UK is clearly closed for business. David, and then Brad Smith with a strongly worded statement of his own.
Yeah, they can say what they want at Microsoft and Activision. Activision is being good here in terms of making sure it's going to secure its $3 billion breakup fee. And so it is being a very true partner here by saying a lot of things as well and going along with this idea of appealing the CMA.
Yo, hear me out, guys. What if this was Bobby Kotick's entire plan from the beginning? Secure the $3 billion breakup fee, knowing damn well this thing would never actually go fucking through. I wonder. Bro, that would be like some fucking evil genius type shit. That would be like some evil genius type shit, bro. That's like 5D chess.
A decision. When the CMA originally came out a couple of months back, remember, it was early February, with a very negative potential review here. It looked like they were going to say no because they were also looking at the console market, and we said the deal was mostly dead. Then they reversed themselves and said, nope, we're okay with the console. We're just looking at cloud. And the market rallied, and everybody said, well, and we included, said, this thing's no longer mostly dead. It looks very much alive. Well, now you're much closer to all dead. the likelihood of an appeal here of the CMA's decision is exceedingly slim. Something I tweeted earlier. You can take a look at past efforts there. They won't get there most likely, and certainly not within any sort of time frame that anybody would care about. It could take as long as a year. There is no statutory timeline for review. They have to make that appeal within 4 weeks. They say they're going to do it. That's fine. And then the average review period, again, this is UBS, which took a look at this, is 5.5 months. Some have gone as long as a year, but none over the last few years have been successful. Not one appeal has been successful. And so, guys, it does look highly unlikely that Microsoft and Activision will prevail here, even though there are many who say, what are they doing in the UK? They're basing this on a market that doesn't even fully exist at this point. So their conclusion about it being the most powerful operator in a fast-developing market for cloud gaming, well, yeah, but it hasn't even developed yet. How can you go there? But it puts them in line, Jim, with our own FTC in many ways.
That because the FTC, Leonard Cotton, he wrote a seminal article.
Oh, God, this guy.
I know this is going to sound very...
This dude's a fucking ass clown, bro.
Communist.
This guy's the biggest fucking idiot on Wall Street.
And I don't mean it to, but the idea that rich people are the only people who benefit from mergers and poor people don't benefit, it was a doctrinal article. In other words, it said that there frankly is a big mistake in the way we handle antitrust in this country. Antitrust, we must block everything because the only people who gain are the ones who don't need anything. I'm wondering, is this the doctrine that's now prevailing in the UK?
You know, you have to wonder that because this is a very curious decision, based at least on the facts as we know them. And it even is more surprising in the sense that Microsoft seemed to be winning the argument over time from the initial review, remember, that looked so negative, to where they seem to be. The body language, by the way, from Microsoft, as best we could tell, was very positive. I mean, they had meetings on Friday at the...
That's right, dude. It's that fucking Delphi training that Bill Gates got. You know, he passed it on to the rest of his employees. They don't actually talk like that, man. They like to rape women and sword fight. Oh my god. Bro, it's all coming back to the fucking Alex Jones rant on Bill Gates. Like,
I'm an Ellie! Yeah!
Oh my god.
CMA. Many people took that to sort of look as a very optimistic point. Why would you be meeting with them if you weren't hammering out any details about sort of an agreement, so to speak? The market was wrong.
But was there a premonition? And Nadella last night talked about great content, Flywheel, talked about the subscription product, did not mention Activision Blizzard. Almost as if he had an inkling.
Dude, there's no way Phil Spencer was sleeping last night. He was probably up all night worried about this shit because his ass is probably on the line now.
But he didn't. I think he just was trying to say, hey, listen, I don't need it.
Unclear.
Either way, I do well.
Yeah, but again, I think the point now has got to be that they're not moving on as of yet, and Activision needs to wait until Microsoft finally pulls the plug. But as we've said many times, this was the most important decision of all the regulatory reviews, in part because the appeals process itself is so long, so complicated, and so difficult to win. In fact, almost... I mean, we haven't seen a win in a very, very, very long time, as long as the reviews have gone back.
Yeah, I think this is a lot more educated insight than, you know, fucking Xbox fanboy channels. Like, that's the thing. Is like, this is, I feel like, much more insightful than just like fucking, you know, crap gamer reviews telling us about how fucking, you know, international markets and regulatory bodies work. Weaponized Autism with the 2. Can you play the Bill Gates? Probably not tonight, man, because we just did it like less than a week ago. Got to space it out. Let's see. Do we dare sit through 3 minutes of cock jokes? I don't really feel like there's going to be anything. Yo, it's me. Hell yeah, dude. I'm famous. The entire world hates Xbox. And all right, I got to click that. Bro, that's too clickbaity. the damage control's got to be great, right?
You know, I thought a lot of us Xbox fans were probably...
Yo, is he okay? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Bro, crap does not sound too good. He doesn't sound too good, bro. I guess he's got the fucking oxygen mask on, tapped into the fucking copium supply. Chazrick Thomas with the 5. This falls through Apple and Amazon will be on it. Nah, I don't think so, man. Like an ugly dude in NTR. Xbox takes a L and Bobby Kotick doesn't leave. Everyone loses and chaos. I don't know, bro. Bobby's a dub, in my opinion. He built the most well-oiled third-party AAA machine in the history of the gaming industry. I think Bobby's a W. But, no, Phil definitely takes a massive fucking L on this one. But I don't think Activision and Apple and Amazon are even in talks, bro. I don't really see that as a good team-up. Like, how would Apple benefit from having Activision? They don't even, like, sell devices that Call of Duty runs on. Like, Call of Duty is not even on Mac. I'm pretty sure, right? You can't even run the new COD on Mac. And then Amazon, like, I don't really see them buying Activision because, you know, even if they do have a cloud platform, it's like, it's so, like, infant in its state to spend $70 billion on a third-party publisher doesn't really make sense.
Probably thinking the same way that I was, that we were finally through with this whole end of the tunnel thing for Xbox and Activision. We were going to finally see it get passed. Today was going to be the big day. The CMA was all trending in the right direction for, you know, the positivity and things like that. And then all of a sudden we get hit this morning with this situation where it wasn't passed. And at this particular point, like, some of the excuses that they're using is kind of clear that it's not really about what they're claiming it is. You know, they're claiming that it's all about the cloud, and they don't want Microsoft to get some kind of edge in the cloud market, which is like such a small part of the industry and doesn't really seem to grow. To be clear, as much as VR is a niche product, it's like 300 times more in the industry than cloud gaming, like in terms of adoption rate and money making. So
2023 Perfect Dark with the tier 1. Appreciate it, man. Big ups.
Yeah, again, cloud is just a really piss poor excuse.
Dude, it sounds like he has his face buried in his hands, just like unable to face the fucking music, bro. Like he's got his hands cupped on his face, just in pure agony and pain and embarrassed. I don't fucking know. Is that what it sounds like? I can't really hear myself talk. But do I sound similar to Crap Gamer right now or nah? Because I'm wondering if that's what he's doing.
Excuse for them. According to this, the UK regulator has blocked Microsoft's Activision.
Sounds about this. That's what he's doing then. He's got his fucking head buried in his, like, fucking hands.
After months of investigating, the regulator published its final report on the deal, and it said that it prevented it over concerns it would, quote, alter the future of the fast-growing...
Yeah, we may start hearing, like, a fucking 44, start spinning in the background as he's playing Russian roulette.
Cloud market, leading to reduced innovation and less choice for UK gamers over the years to come. Now, this decision is the most significant yet in Microsoft's battle to get the acquisition over the line, with UK regulators is seen as one of the most influential in deciding the deal's fate, alongside the EU and the US. Now, in the US itself, the Federal Trade Commission is suing Microsoft in a bid to block the deal over competition concerns, but the EU is still investigating. Microsoft has confirmed that it will in fact appeal the CMA's decision. The UK regulator wrote, "The CMA has prevented Microsoft's proposed purchase of Activision over concerns the deal would alter the future of fast-growing cloud gaming market, leading to reduced innovation and less choice for UK gamers over the years to come." Now, Microsoft has a strong position in cloud gaming services, and the evidence available to the CMA showed that Microsoft would find it commercially beneficial to make Activision games exclusive to its own cloud gaming service. Microsoft already accounts for an estimated 60 to 70% of global cloud gaming services and has other important strengths in cloud gaming, from owning Xbox, the leading PC operating system, and global cloud computing infrastructure with Azure.
I love how he's not actually showing the fucking text. He's just showing, like, the fucking headline.
The deal would reinforce Microsoft's advantage in the market by giving it control over important gaming content such as Call of Duty, Overwatch, and World of Warcraft. The evidence available to the CMA indicates that absent the merger, Activision would start providing games via cloud platforms in the foreseeable future. The cloud allows UK gamers to avoid buying expensive gaming consoles and PCs and gives them much more flexibility and choices as to how they play. Now, allowing Microsoft to take such a strong position in the cloud gaming market just as it begins to grow rapidly would risk undermining the innovation that is crucial to the development of these opportunities. Now, according to this, Microsoft has said that it will appeal the CMA decision. The Competition Appeal Tribune site says straightforward cases are aimed to deal with within 9 months.
Revenstar with the 3. Any advice for starting a YouTube channel? Yeah, spend time on your thumbnails. Make sure every video is one that you anticipate for hundreds of thousands of people to see, because you don't know which video is going to pop off in the algorithm. You know, talk about trending topics. But yeah, I would say those are kind of like the big 3. Do your like metadata as well. Make sure you load the description with like an essay style paragraph, hitting as many key terms as possible to help it out in search. Make sure you do your tags with like all the relevant fucking subjects and everything like that. But yeah, there you go. I would say that's probably like the best advice. I mean, you just have to get lucky, honestly, bro. Like, that's what it all comes down to. Is you just kind of have to get lucky with the fucking algorithm.
Months. If Microsoft wins, it gets returned to the CMA. Chances of this closing this year are now slim. That means we get the FTC case. In a statement, Microsoft's president Brad Smith said the company was disappointed by the CMA's decision and claimed that it would appeal. They said the following: "We remain fully committed to the acquisition and will appeal. The CMA's decision rejects a pragmatic path to address competition concerns and discourages technology innovation and investment in the United Kingdom. We have already signed contracts to make Activision Blizzard's popular games available to 150 million more devices, and we remain committed to reinforcing the agreements through regulatory remedies. We're especially disappointed that after lengthy deliberations, the decision appeals to kind of reflect a flawed understanding of the market and the way relevant cloud technology actually works. Now, Activision said it would work with Microsoft on an appeal and criticized the CMA for what it called a disservice to UK citizens. The CMA's report today is a major setback for UK's ambitions to be a tech hub, and we will work with Microsoft to reverse the appeal," he said. The report is also a disservice to UK citizens who face increasingly dire economic prospects and will need to reassess our growth strategy in the UK. Global innovators, large and small, will take note that despite all of its rhetoric, the UK is closed for business. In a separate statement, Activision CEO Bobby Kotick insisted Wednesday's decision was far from the final word on the deal. Initially, it had appeared that the UK regulator was moving forward in approving the deal before today's announcement. Now, while the CMA provisionally found in February that the merger could reduce competition and result in higher prices, fewer choices, or less innovation, it partially reversed its decision a month later. Then, after reviewing new evidence, the CMA said it no longer believed the deal would significantly reduce competition in the console gaming space, although it still has concerns about the acquisition's impact on the cloud gaming market. In its verdict that was actually published, the regulator said its final decision came after Microsoft's proposed solution failed to effectively address the concerns in the cloud gaming sector. Now, in a bid to address regulatory concerns earlier the year, Microsoft struck distribution deals with several services, including GeForce Now, Boosteroid, and Ubitus. So yeah, this is one of those things where you're just kind of looking at it and you're just shaking your head. Here's the thing: what this really kind of all comes down to, right? This has nothing to do with cloud gaming. Cloud gaming is a very, very small, segmented kind of part of gaming in general. So after kind of looking around, and this is exactly what it all comes down to: protecting the market leader, protecting Sony. I know people don't want to hear that, but that's exactly what it is. It's protecting Sony. And if you think about it, Microsoft is being disruptive to Sony. They're being disruptive to the whole industry. And, Xbox Game Pass is disruptive. So you get people pushing back because they prefer things to stay the way that they are. They want Microsoft to compete on Sony's terms. Now think about this. Nintendo couldn't do that. They had to make a completely new...
This isn't competition, bro. This is not... do people just not understand what competition is? Competition is not locking studios behind a particular platform. That's not bro, Microsoft has more studios than Sony already. They have more money than Sony already. They have more existing IPs than Sony already. Why don't they fucking do some shit with what they actually have? I don't understand why they need to spend $70 billion to fucking compete with a $100 billion company like Sony, when Microsoft is a multi-trillion-dollar company already. It sounds like Xbox is a fucking skill issue, bro.
So that really doesn't compete with PlayStation or Xbox. It's not what's considered a high-end console. They had to find niche products. The PS2 essentially ran off Sega from the console system, forced Nintendo to kind of do something completely different. The only other people that could really possibly have the money to compete with what Sony's doing is Microsoft, and now they're not even allowed to compete. This is why it's so stupid.
They're not allowed to compete. Yes, they literally are allowed to compete, bro. It's not Sony's fault that Sony is better at selling consoles than Xbox is, with their damn near unlimited fucking resources. Sorry. How is it Sony's fault that Microsoft is not acting competently within a particular industry?
Sony is so big and so dominant that you got Nintendo and Microsoft literally scrambling to change the rules because Sony is impossible to compete with on a fair basis, which is really unfortunate, right? You might go, oh, well,
dude, the Xbox 360 literally competed with Sony on a quote-unquote fair basis, and then Microsoft shit their fucking pants during the Xbox One generation because of their fucking dog shit marketing and rollout strategy.
Couldn't they compete, over the years? Well, listen, Sony already entrenched themselves from the very beginning.
Yeah. And why did the 360 do better than the PS3? Fuck off, bro. Alto Res with the 2 there. Haha. Crap Gamer was right. That's right, man.
Yes, they had a good product, but it's they had to go through and buy all these things, and they actively pay for third parties to keep games off of Xbox. It's literally ridiculous to think.
You mean like Xbox did during the 360 generation and beginning of the Xbox One generation? Oh, and wait, during the Xbox Series X generation as well, with the games like fucking Scorn? Yeah, they're dog shit games, but Microsoft is paying to keep them exclusive.
How this stuff is going about, and
why wasn't Gears of War on PlayStation 3? Oh wait, that's because Microsoft paid to keep it exclusive with the Xbox.
Me personally, I just look at it and I go, this is such a shame, because Microsoft would have been able to really kind of step things up. They would have been able to compete with Google, with Apple, with all these companies, and Microsoft's plan all along was to be successful without relying solely on a console outselling PlayStation, right? Because that's in the past, if your console didn't sell particularly amazing or as much as the competition, you basically got Sega'd. You kind of had to move on, and now it's their whole idea was, well, maybe we can build things up and make it so that we can make our money and do all these things without having to sell as many consoles as PlayStation, because PlayStation is too entrenched in most countries, right? Yes, Microsoft can put up a fight in the US and the UK, but outside of that, Sony is way too entrenched for anybody to really ever want to take a chance on anything else that isn't PlayStation. So, every turn...
But why is Sony in that position? Because there's a certain standard of quality associated with their products and video games that they have established over the past decades of operating in the gaming space. Microsoft has had every opportunity to do the exact fucking same thing for the past 2 decades. They have failed. That is poor leadership. That is not Sony's fault. Sony is not in charge of Microsoft's shitty fucking management.
And there's some new kind of level of BS. It's like, what's the point? What's the point? At some point, you have to just go, do they give up? Do they move on? Like,
They
what
probably
is the
will.
deal? What can they do at this point? And you might go, oh, well, man, CG sounds really sad and depressed. Well, this is sort of depressing because we've already put up a year of this where I feel like Microsoft has been extremely low-key.
He does sound like he's
right?
about to cry.
Like, they haven't been able to announce stuff. They've been kind of laying low. To me, it's just one of those things that I just kind of look at it and I go, it's probably because of the Activision deal. They're not doing as much advertising. They're not doing as much of anything as they used to, right? And now it's like you look at this and you go, well, now we might have to potentially put up with this for a whole nother year because there's no way that they're going to close this in this year. So it wouldn't be till next year. So you're going through 2 years of this stuff. And us Xbox fans have already been through the gamut. You know what I mean? We've already been through all this
decade.
thing. The waiting game, all this stuff. And it's just like, I get it, man. The whole world hates Xbox. I mean, you guys win, right? Like, okay, it is what it is. What else can you do? They're going to appeal it, which is good, I guess. But at the end of the day, in the European area, an appeal isn't the same as it is here, like in the US. So, does it even stand a chance? You have to start the whole process over again. And clearly, these people don't understand how these businesses work. All you have to do is look at Stadia, failed. OnLive, failed. Gaikai, failed. PS Now, failed. Amazon Luna, failed. It's not the future of gaming that people think it is. So this is pretty ridiculous. And I gotta.
It's 20 years out, but it is 100% the future of gaming. And he who controls the franchises controls the future, as we've seen with all these fucking streaming services popping up in the fucking TV and movie industry. Look at Disney.
Say it's pretty disheartening. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think, though. Are you disappointed? Let me know. Thanks for watching.
Oh my god, bruh. I was hoping for more like actual like stock market analysis. Other than CNBC, what's another business channel? Oh, this is actually an intelligent take. Hold on, let's see.
New York Stock Exchange, Jim Cramer, back from his visit with the Cowboys. Talk to you, Cowboy.
The title's promising.
What do you make of what is?
Yeah, I'll check Fox Business. I don't know why I couldn't think of that.
A different game this.
Oh wait, it's because I don't watch TV. Fuck. Revenstar with the 8. Imagine if you could solve this Microsoft Xbox problem by actually making good quality games. Who knew you can actually do that? It's amazing, right? It really is. And Oski Woski with the 5. You inhaled the gas. You inhaled the gas. You killed the ghost. You stepped on the roach. You dropped the soap. And now you must pay the price. I see what you did there. RIP members of Task Force 141. That was pretty clever, bro. I saw what you did there.
This morning, which is Activision Blizzard and Microsoft.
Well, last night, Microsoft said some incredible things about gaming.
Dude, he looks like fucking death.
And how they're doing. It alluded to what this is, but without thinking that...
Bro, he looks like he's about to, like, fucking drink the blood of a virgin or some shit. Like, what the fuck, man?
Really matters. I thought it was pretty stark. It was almost as if they knew, look, we may not get this, but look at our gaming. And then Asada said, listen, our gaming is like the best ever. So I think that Microsoft stock justifiably went up because they don't need it. I know that sounds strange. They didn't need it.
And okay, but let's flip it around. Do you think that Activision needs it? There's some people who said that Activision is doing so well, they don't need it.
No, they don't need it. I don't own Activision. I buy it right here. I think that they're look of the gaming companies. I know that I absolutely understand Take-Two not doing as well, Electronic Arts not doing as well. They maybe think the gaming business isn't that good. But if you listen to Strauss Zelnick from Take-Two, he was saying second half could be good. I think that Activision Blizzard right now is good. So I think you had a really terrific situation. Microsoft does not need it. Microsoft. Wow. I mean, that was just an unbelievable quarter. And I know First Republic is such a downer that we have to talk about it endlessly. But Microsoft is bigger than First Republic.
We do, though, because Microsoft is much bigger. But I think there's a concern about whether, hate to use the R word, not recession, but run. You have the stock now. Let's get First Republic up on the screen if we could. You're looking right now at that stock off 12%. That's after it was down 49% just yesterday. We're at $7. Call it $7.09.
Is that where Microsoft has their money or something?
Right now. And the question, I think, is if you are a depositor at this bank and you're watching this, does this change anything? Or do you say, you know what, I'm protected, it's fine?
Well, maybe if you're a depositor and you don't care.
Or is this just like some random bank?
Maybe you just kind of.
But Jesus fucking Christ, man. Damn, bruh.
Right off the money.
That is awful.
Yeah. I don't know who stays with them. No bank has ever survived that's lost 50% of its deposits. Now, I like to, some people are telling me that they're blackmailing the other companies. I just say, no, they're playing hardball. I'm taking the word blackmail off the table.
I just don't think they're in a position to play hardball, if you know what I mean, Jim.
Well, I mean, they are, you're going to have to pay the FDIC, you're going to have to pay them. I think so a lot of people would rather pay the FDIC. I have to appreciate their scrappiness. They are the...
That's pretty bad, man. Yeah, banks are in a really tough spot right now because of this whole fucking interest rate hike. They way overraised interest rates and fucked over a bunch of banks. Let's see. Yo, what's this? Activision CEO explains why Tencent and BitDance are the best companies in the world.
Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick joins us right now for his first television interview in quite some time. Bobby, it's good to see you here on set.
Thanks very much for having me.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations on the numbers. I think there were a lot of questions about whether people were still playing video games or whether they were just getting back out there again. I think the answer is they were playing Call of Duty and a few other of your titles.
They were playing Call of Duty, they were playing Candy Crush, they were playing World of Warcraft. But I still think that when you look out over the next few years and you think about the macroeconomic circumstances, that it's not clear yet how our industry and any other industry is going to fare. And so I think while we had a great quarter and a great year, I still think you have to have caution.
And that's because we saw
he's probably
so
high
many
on
people
life.
lured into video games because of the pandemic, and we're still trying to sort out what their real, normal, back to regular behavior is.
Well, I think what you'll see is as the industry has really shifted, if you think about the last 10 years, games used to be played on expensive consoles and in only developed countries with middle-class markets. For the last 10 years, the business has evolved to being principally on phones. And today, the biggest platforms are Apple phones and Android phones. And so those are much more accessible. So I think what you're going to see is people will be playing games. They're mainly for free. And the question is, how much premium content will they consume? And that I don't think we really know. But I think the good news is that the industry has largely evolved from a business that was about these specialized devices to these very broad appeal devices.
It's interesting that you kind of put it in that light because all of the regulators in the United States, in the EU, and the UK are looking at this deal, and I think they're looking at it from the prism of the consoles and whether...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the amount of money he spent to buy Activision was like $250,000 or something. It was like nothing. And then he grew it into like the largest third-party publisher of video games. Like, that's pretty fucking incredible, man.
It's going to be fair competition if Microsoft is allowed to go ahead and purchase Activision Blizzard.
Yeah, look, I think there haven't been any transactions. So whether it's the FTC or the CMA or the EU, they don't know our industry. So they're they're trying to come up to speed and understand the industry better. I don't think they fully appreciate that it's a free-to-play business, that the Japanese and Chinese companies dominate the industry. You look at Sony, you look at Nintendo. They have these huge libraries of intellectual property. Sony is Sony Studios. It goes back, 80 years. Nintendo has the very best characters that exist in video games. And I think they are a little bit confused about where competition is today. The best companies in the world right now are companies like Tencent and ByteDance. And these are companies that all have protected markets. We've struggled to enter the Japanese market. We can't enter the Chinese market without a joint venture partner. And so the competition actually isn't European companies, American companies. It's really those companies in Japan and China.
The New York Times had a story this week, though, questioning whether UK regulators...
That is true, man. Like, the Japanese and the Chinese back their fucking companies up. Meanwhile, in the U.S., we actively try to hurt our companies because, rich people bad.
Would actually allow this to go through. And the big deal on this is if the CMA in the UK says no, there isn't an appeals process like there is in the United States. With the FTC, Microsoft can go ahead and say, we'll take this to court, and they may actually win. If the CMA in the UK says no, that may be the end of the line.
Well, you look at the UK and you think about the post-Brexit UK, it's probably the first country where you're seeing a recession and like the real severe consequences of recession. If you're the UK and you have an incredibly educated workforce, you have a lot of technical talent, places like Cambridge where the best AI and machine learning is, I would think you'd want to embrace a transaction like this where you're going to see job creation and opportunity. And it really isn't at all about whether it's Sony or Microsoft's platform. It's really about the future of technology. And they've said now for last year, I think Rishi Sunak has said they'd like to be the Silicon Valley of Europe or of the continent. And if deals like this can't get through, they're not going to be Silicon Valley. They'll be Death Valley.
We'll see. I mean, the British economy is not doing well in general. So that's not surprising at all. Let's see. I just wanted to see if there was like any other business channels talking about this, because I mean, we can watch like fucking retards talk about it, but Griffin want to interview Bobby. That'd be kind of cool. I would do it. That'd be neat. I mean, I would love to like honestly know like more about the business side of like the gaming industry. Like not the fucking bullshit like, oh, trailers and shit. Like, who fucking cares? Like, I actually want to know how the business model operates. Like, what their fucking margin really is on, like, a game versus, like, development costs and things like that. Does Yeah, Bloomberg's just going to be, like, a news article, I feel like. But we can check. Let's see.
Well, let's try and figure this out. I want to understand this from an M&A point of view. I want to understand this from an investor point of view. Basically, our question of the day is:
let's see.
Is big tech too big?
It looks like an actual interview.
And I think we need to try and get an answer to that question, because we've got to figure out how these companies are going to grow. What kind of an M&A
people? Those don't exist.
At? Is AI, as Kaylee says, maybe the place to go?
Altarez with a 5. Griffin, please stop taking my money. I'm already 30K in debt. Well, I'm 500K in debt, so.
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
Jennifer Wright joining us now, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for Antitrust Litigation. Jennifer, I'm going to start with you and try and understand why this deal has been blocked. Is the Activision Blizzard deal dead from a Microsoft point of view? And what does that mean for the rest of big tech?
You know, it very well may be. The companies can continue to fight this. You know, they can go to court, both in the U.S. and in the UK, but we're talking years before they might have a resolution. And they have a July end date this year in their purchase agreement, so obviously would mean that it would require some sort of an extension. And I'm not so sure a deal can hold together for 2, 3, 4 years. This has already been pending for 15 months. So, this is problematic for the companies, and they're going to have to decide if it's really worth going forward and fighting for this deal, spending that time and that money where they really don't know how it's all going to end up, or whether it's time to abandon.
Well, and it raises a question of what kind of precedent this may set. I mean, Jen, do we live in a world in which big tech companies, when making acquisitions, are guilty until proven innocent, guilty, that is, of violating antitrust and competition concerns?
Sadly, it shouldn't be that way, but I think you're exactly right. I think it's going to be much harder. It already has been in the last year, much harder for many companies to do deals, particularly big tech and big tech platforms, and I think that's going to continue. I mean, we've seen really aggressive enforcement in the U.S. We're seeing this really aggressive enforcement in the U.K., which, by the way, is a brand new burden ever since Brexit for these companies, because the U.K. used to be much more rolled into what the European Commission did. So you now have three, if you think of China, four big regulators that could step in and block a deal, and you have both the U.K. and the U.S. really antagonistic toward deal making by big tech companies, even now trying to unwind past deals that have been done, like Facebook, Instagram. So I think that's going to be a very challenging environment.
Please, bro, free Instagram from the Zuck. That would be a massive dub.
All right, well, certainly challenging for the stock of Activision Blizzard today. Right now, it is down about 9%. Microsoft, for its part, up about 7%. Thank you very much to Jennifer Rhee of Bloomberg Intelligence.
Free it from the Zuck.
This big tech story, because we also have earnings to
Oh
talk
my
about.
God.
Meta is set to report after the bell today, and that is, of course, amid an onslaught of tech heavyweights reporting within this week and going forward as well. Of course, Bloomberg's technology co-host Ed Ludlow is joining us now with more. So already, Ed, we had beats from Alphabet and a beat from Microsoft, but it feels like the earnings maybe aren't ultimately what matters today. What's your read?
Yeah, look, it was a battle of AI.
Wow, dude, a British person with a missing tooth.
Bruh.
Who would have guessed?
Right, and investors, listen to the Microsoft story around AI and what they had to say about how it will change their business, and listen to Alphabet and using the share performance as a proxy,
He's going for that Harry Potter look.
They liked Microsoft's story better. I think what's so interesting here, you guys mentioned the lack of macro. I would say macro is kind of at the heart of this story. Both of them beating on the top and bottom line, but cloud continues to be a driver of growth. So if you take Microsoft as an example, top line growth overall of 7%, the era of double digits growth is over at Microsoft, but at Azure, the cloud unit, they're still growing at 33% on the top line, and that's helping boost EPS. I think EPS in Microsoft's case coming in at $2.45 a share. Then you look at the other side of the story, Guy, which is like, well, there was no evidence that Alphabet and the core Google search business was impacted by any of this AI battle at all.
Ed, can I just get your take on Activision as well, and how this rolls into the story? In some ways, the Activision deal was a meta deal. It was about the metaverse. It was cloud gaming. Ultimately, that was the direction to travel. These results felt like they were about AI, and that's where the real focus was. Is that why we're maybe not getting such a big reaction to the fact that this deal is going through? Maybe the market's already moved past meta and has moved on to AI.
Yeah, I mean, in any M&A situation, you use share reaction as a soft proxy for investor sentiment on what's going to happen. And so interesting that Microsoft held its gains relating to earnings confidence while Activision fell significantly, right? Double digits. Jen was talking there about the July deadline. We knew that in the event the CMA came with a block, it would be immediately appealed by Microsoft and Activision. That is what's happened. The CMA's principal argument is that they see the merger of the two impacting pricing, raising prices for gamers. That is something that actually Activision and Microsoft have pushed back against. I think that the key point to watch is the CMA rejecting the offer from Microsoft and Activision to make Call of Duty, as an example, available to industry competitors and peers. We need to hear more from Microsoft and Activision about what the next step or the next offering might be. But yeah, the story from Microsoft, the emphasis on the call was around AI and search gains. But go back to the cloud guy. What we really want to have some more info on is how is AI driving Azure cloud sales, because that's a market dominated by AWS.
There you guys go. Nobody fucking cares about Activision in the investor world.
All right, let's get you up to speed now on news out of the tech world. Microsoft's $69 billion
Nobody cares, bro.
deal to acquire Activision Blizzard has been rejected by the United Kingdom's antitrust authority due to competition concerns. Yahoo Finance's Dan Howley is here following this story for us. Dan, what are we seeing now?
Yeah, so this is basically the UK's Competition and Markets Authority. They said that the deal, quote, threatens to alter the future of the fast-growing cloud gaming market and reduce innovation and less choice for UK gamers over the years to come. Basically, this deal has three main parts. There's Activision Blizzard makes Call of Duty. They publish Call of Duty, rather. That game itself made $1 billion 10 days after release. That's a lot of money from one title, absolutely massive. Microsoft clearly wants that to be under its wing. The other is the cloud gaming aspect of it, and that's where you're able to take low-power devices. If you have a Samsung Smart TV from like the last 5 years, I think, you can get Microsoft's cloud gaming built directly into it. You just download it. You can play on your smartphone, your tablet, stuff that would normally cost you a $500 console, major PC to play. You can do that on a low-power device. So that's the cloud gaming aspect. Microsoft wants Activision Blizzard and its titles to be a juggernaut in this space. By the way, they're already crushing Sony. The third part, though, is the mobile gaming aspect, and I think that's one of the underrated areas that
Dude,
people
look how
aren't
small
necessarily
his
talking
hands are. Oh my God, that's creepy.
about, but should. Mobile gaming is the fastest growing segment of gaming in the world. Microsoft wants that foothold. Activision Blizzard
Dude, they don't even look real.
has King. King makes Candy Crush, which just annihilates as far as how much money it brings in for this little game on a smartphone. I'm going to have to talk to Activision Blizzard about my mom.
People are still playing that?
Absolutely.
People love it. They're addicted.
I've never played it once. I'm sorry to get
walk
this
up
off
and
the
down
tracks
a
here. But
subway, and you'll see someone just sitting there crushing some
Man.
candy. Yeah, there's different versions, but anyway.
Playing Pac-Man too? What the heck?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm on Microsoft Solitaire on my iPhone.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I'm doing it. But so this mobile gaming aspect is really important because, okay, not everyone in developing countries can afford a smart TV or, necessarily a Chromebook or a MacBook. MacBooks aren't really good for gaming as much as Apple would want to tell you. But they do have smartphones. And so because they have smartphones, they can get a bigger audience connected there. And so Microsoft can jump into that. So it's three parts. Everyone's focusing on the Call of Duty aspect. Cloud gaming and mobile are really where it's at.
Dan, we're going to talk a little bit more about the impact to Activision here in just a minute, but in terms of the impact here to Microsoft changing the investor story at all, does it?
I mean, look, I think the investor story for Microsoft, anyone would agree, is driven by cloud.
AI.
And, well, AI now, cloud as well. I think, but, I think the idea that they could have had Activision Blizzard, they're going to appeal this, so maybe, if they make some assurances, they abide by them, they could still go through this deal, but then they have to also get through the FTC. This was going to put them the number 3 spot gaming worldwide behind Tencent and Sony. It would have made them a genuine competitor to Sony. Sony still puts out its own games that, I have Microsoft Game Pass, I have an Xbox and a PlayStation. Sony just, they put out better first-party games, and Microsoft can't do that, and they're trying to. This would have done that for them.
No, it wouldn't have.
I don't think they would have cut off Sony because they would be cutting off their nose to spite their face, just because.
How would that accomplish that for them? All of the games would have still been third party, bro. What the fuck?
They wouldn't be able to sell to as broad of an audience. So, I do think that for investors, for Microsoft, this isn't the broader story. It could have been if the deal had been approved, or eventually if it does go forward.
Good point there. All right, Hallie, thanks so much.
Meta. Gross. Waterboy, the T, think Microsoft can pull it off? I think they're going to quit. My current stance is I think they're going to back out of the deal at some point. Once the July deadline passes, they'll pay the $3 billion to Activision, and I think they'll both walk away. But who knows, man? Anything's possible. But I think it's too big of a hurdle, too long of a timeline, and I think the money could be used other places better. What time? That's fucking 3. I probably should hop off, guys. Shit. I got an 8 a.m. call tomorrow, so I probably should go to bed. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. It's 3 o'clock. So have a wonderful night. At least or I guess not really night. It's morning now. Have a wonderful day. Better than Microsoft is probably having right now in the Xbox division. But hope you all have a great Thursday, everyone. Appreciate y'all hanging out. And I will talk to y'all later. Peace out, everybody.